What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape? A connected world, working together to prosper and thrive. Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker. Become a chartered accountant.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Gidwani, saya dari Universitas Katolik Pratama. Dan di sini saya sempat kemarin memenangkan juara 2 National ATV Award dan juara 3 di kategori Best Paper-nya. Nah, karena itu pula saya juga mendapatkan nih beasiswa CA namanya. Jadi, saya ujian ini gratis nih. Nah, alasannya apa sih saya mengambil ujian CA ini? Karena saya kan kepikiran tuh, saya bentar lagi lulus, kira-kira apa sih yang bakal jadi pembeda saya dengan lulusan akuntansi lainnya? Kan ada banyak nih lulusan akuntansi. Nah, ujian CA ini adalah jawabannya. Karena apa? Karena satu, ujian CA ini direcognize secara internasional. Dan kedua, ketika kamu sudah lulus ujian CA ini, artinya kamu kompeten. Kenapa? Karena ujian ini semua tuh benar-benar mengimplementasikan teori, kamu benar-benar butuh kepemahaman yang mendalam. Lalu ini juga jujur banget nih ujiannya gitu. Jadi kamu tidak bisa curang ataupun mencontek di sini. Lalu untuk ujiannya tadi benar-benar kalau mengikuti protokol kesehatan ya. Semua diwajibkan memakai masker, lalu pakai face shield kalau bawa. Lalu sebelum kita masuk, semua harus telah menyertakan bukti kamu telah melalui rapid test antigen. Jadi semua di dalam sudah steril dan aman. Lalu untuk persiapan untuk pendaftaran ujiannya semua bisa kamu persiapkan dari jauh-jauh hari melalui online. Jadi kamu datang, tinggal menyerahkan surat antigen, memakai masker dan face shield, tinggal ujian. Nah, untuk harapan saya sih semoga saya lulus ya, doakan ya teman-teman. Iya, makasih.
Annyeonghaseyo ya, balik lagi nih di Sorry Hansik Jeep. Kalian udah pernah belum ke Sorry Hansik Jeep? Sorry Hansik Jeep ada di Jalan Kemang Raya nomor 44 Jakarta Selatan. Pilihan menunya tuh banyak banget, semuanya otentik. Salah satunya ini nih, ada kimbap. Ini tuh rasanya enak banget dan ngenyangin. Kalian harus banget coba. Lalu ini ada chicken sungsal nyangnyom dan juga ada rapoki. Ini tuh rasanya tuh enak banget. Kalian harus cobain sendiri kalau kesini. Lalu ada ramyeon. Ramyeon kita tuh aduh enak banget ini. Ramyeonnya seger dan ngenyangin banget. Lalu di sini ada sundubu jjigae. Sundubu jjigae kita tuh paling laris, paling banyak dipesan di sini. Lalu ada tteokbokki. Ini tuh rasanya bikin pusing. Kenapa bikin pusing? Karena enak banget, saking otentiknya dan juga enak. Jadi kalian harus banget cobain sendiri ke Sorry Hansik Jeep. Rasanya tuh mantep. Pokoknya otentik Korea banget. Jangan lupa mampir ya. Annyeong.
Asik bobo cantik terbangun. Notif gaji masuk, happy. Jadi bingung mana duluan. Belanja-belanja seru, takut boros. Happy-happy sama temen. Gaji cepet habis. Belum lagi... Saatnya belajar dan capai financial independence dengan tepat. Di sini, kamu bisa akses eksklusif course selama 1 tahun. Ditambah 100 session dengan expert di bidang finansial dan akses gratis financial event terbesar di Indonesia. Tunggu apa lagi? Jadi member sekarang.
Hai, saya Sonia, asisten virtual pajakku. Saya dirancang untuk membantu perpajakanmu. Pajakku diciptakan secara cerdas untuk menjadi solusi pajak Anda, mulai dari proses daftar, hitung, bayar, dan lapor. Hanya dengan mengisi informasi data diri, identitas pajak Anda langsung terbentuk secara instan. Dengan data keuangan yang dibutuhkan, kami dapat menghitung pajak sesuai aturan terbaru dengan cepat dan tepat. Kami pastikan pajak yang dibayarkan sesuai dengan hak Anda. Bayar pajak kini dapat langsung melalui Pajakku, karena kami telah dipercaya sebagai lembaga persepsi lainnya dan terdaftar di Bank Indonesia. Dengan teliti, kami akan memeriksa kembali perhitungan dan kelengkapan informasi yang diperlukan untuk melakukan pembayaran. Setelah berhasil membayar, Anda akan langsung mendapatkan bukti pembayaran resmi dari DJPB. Kami akan memastikan Anda tidak terlambat melengkapi semua dokumen yang diperlukan, sehingga kewajiban pajak Anda tersalurkan dengan tepat dan akurat. Dengan satu klik, dokumen Anda langsung terkirim dan bukti pelaporan pajak resmi dari DJP akan diterima. Semua bukti tersebut kami simpan secara rapi agar dapat Anda gunakan kapanpun dan dimanapun. Kami dibentuk dengan kemampuan analisis yang cerdas, sehingga Anda dapat mengawasi tahapan-tahapan pengolahan pajak serta memantau laporan secara langsung. Jangan khawatir dengan kebijakan pajak yang rumit dan selalu berubah. Pajakku hadir di tengah-tengah Anda melalui sapaan hangat tim kami yang memiliki standar sertifikasi supaya siap membantu Anda dalam proses perkenalan dan menemani hingga detik terakhir waktu pelaporan. Kepercayaan Anda adalah segalanya bagi kami. Kami menjaga seluruh informasi dengan aman dan dirahasiakan. Dengan tim ahli pajakku yang tersebar di 3 kota besar di Indonesia, kami yakin dapat memberikan layanan yang terbaik. Bukan hanya dalam bentuk teknologi, tetapi juga dalam bentuk pelayanan yang maksimal. Kami turut membangun kecintaan pajak melalui komunitas yang memberikan ruang diskusi serta menginformasikan aturan, edukasi, dan berita terbaru seputar pajak yang hadir di seluruh penjuru negeri. Agar setiap hari timbul insan pajak baru yang mendukung program perpajakan dan mencintai Indonesia. Jadi, Anda tidak perlu khawatir lagi dengan semua urusan pajak, karena kami hadir di semua jenis perangkat. Dan saya siap membantu Anda. Pajakku, solusi pajak Anda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 22nd Audit Competition, Conference and Paper, Training, Seminar, and Company Visit or ATV, the biggest and the oldest international scale auditing fair held by university students in Indonesia.
Now, as your Master of Ceremonies, we would like to introduce ourselves to you.
My name is Max, accounting student batch 2022.
And I am Maureen, accounting student batch 2022.
It is our pleasure to accompany you throughout today's seminar.
The 22nd ATV International Seminar recording is carried out safely by obeying the government's health protocol regulations.
The 22nd ATV is in collaboration with
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia,
Institut Akuntan Publik Indonesia,
Deloitte Indonesia,
Ernst & Young Indonesia,
PT Asuransi Tokyo Marine Indonesia,
Sejuta Cita,
and Globi. And for our official media partner, we would like to say thanks to Kompasiana,
ASEAN and University of Indonesia,
Ruang Seminar. Also, we would like to thank our sponsors, Iluni FEBUI,
Pajaku,
ACFE Indonesia Chapter,
Terakwang,
and L'Oreal.
and to our official venue partner, Connex, who has supported us in making this event possible.
Before we start, we would like to welcome Ms. Desi Ardariani as the Head of Master of Science in Accounting at Department of Accounting FEBUI.
His Excellency Manish Gidwani as the Chair of ACCA Indonesia Member Panel.
Mr. Arie Pratama as a member of Implementation Team at SAK at IAI Indonesia.
Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya as the Head of IAPI.
Mr. Yanto Kamarudin as the Partner of PwC Indonesia.
And lastly, Mr. Rama Kurnia as the Secretary of IA Indonesia.
Before we proceed, we would like to invite everyone to stand up and sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. You may now be seated. In today's seminar, we will raise the theme, the Veracity of ESG report sets a higher standard for auditor.
This seminar will discuss an overview of the environment, social and governance issues, and its implementation all over the world, especially in Indonesia.
We hope that today's seminar will provide a great understanding of how the auditor's role would affect the result of an ESG report in the future.
We just want to inform that the certificate will be given to participants who have registered before and filled out the feedback form on the day of the event.
The QR code for the feedback form will be displayed on the last screen. The link will be distributed through both the Zoom and YouTube chat at the end of the seminar.
Before going further, we would like to inform you about today's agenda. First of all, we will start with the keynote session by Mr. Manish Gidwani, known as the Chair of Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA Indonesia Member Panel.
Next, we will have Mr. Arie Pratama, Implementation Team Member of SAK at IAI Indonesia.
Then, we have Miss Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya as the head of ERP Indonesia.
Next, we will have Mr. Yanto Kamarudin, the partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers Indonesia or PwC Indonesia, as our ESG speaker.
Lastly, we will have Mr. Rama Kurnia, Secretary of the Institute of Internal Auditor Indonesia or IIA Indonesia, as our internal auditor speaker. To start this seminar, we are pleased to have Ms. Desi Adariani as the head of Master of Science in Accounting at Department of Accounting, FEB UI.
To Ms. Desi Adariani, we invite you to deliver your speech.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly? Sorry. Yes, the
Yes.
committee. I
Yes.
cannot start the video. Is it okay without the video?
Okay. Yes, okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm not sure because it is stated you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay, that's all right. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all our honorable speakers, to all our students, participants of this 22nd ATV. I would like to welcome you all to this very important sessions, very important events for our students to increase their knowledge and capabilities, especially in the ESG and the role of accounting or auditor. Before we continue, maybe we could give our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God the Almighty, for the chance that we can gather today in the holiday of Maulid Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Hope that we all can continue studying and also can learn how to apply our knowledge and our capabilities to reserve the environmental, social, and governance to apply it in our teachings, in our class, and also in our careers, especially for our students as the future accountants and auditors. We are really grateful that we have the very knowledgeable speakers today. I can see here Pak Arie Pratama, Pak Rama, Pak Yanto, and also Ibu Kusumaningsih, who will deliver the materials on ESG. We know that the environmental, social, and governance issues have become very important issues recently. Not only, even though the issues have been knowledge or have been acknowledged from the Sorry, can I on cam now? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the committee. Okay, so I continue with my welcoming speech. So that we know that the ESG factors, environmental, social, and governance, have been acknowledged from many years ago. But we know that the factors have become very important recently, especially because of our accounting standards will also accommodate the sustainability issues. So that we need to accommodate our students with the knowledge and capabilities on this area, where we can combine the environmental, social issues with the governance. And we know that we can no longer just emphasize the shareholders' interest, just the financial issues, but we also have to consider non-financial issues, including the environmental, social, and governance. And we hope, in the faculty, we hope that all the speakers can also emphasize the importance of not only checking or ticking the box. So please, we want our students to really understand and then apply the ESG principles in their career as the future accountants, not only as the regulatory, not only because the regulations demand the application, but also because the environmental, social, and governance are really important for the corporations and also for the planet, because we know that we have to put emphasis on profit, people, and planet. So it really, I think that these events can really beneficial to our students, to engage more with the environmental, social, and governance, so that the role of accountants and auditors can really increase with these issues. Yeah, so we do not only take into account the financial issues in our accounting and auditing, but we also have to accommodate the environmental, social, and governance issues or factors in our teachings and also in our future careers. So I hope that you all can gain knowledge and can increase your capabilities in this area. Once again, we would like to deliver our big thanks to our honorable speakers. Thank you for your availability in such a holiday, and in this nice weekend. Hope that we all can have benefits from this event. So hope you all can enjoy the event. Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Desi Ardariani for the speech.
Next, please welcome Mr. Michael Hezekia as Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia.
To Mr. Michael, we invite you to deliver your speech.
Thank you, MC. Is my sound can be clearly heard?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Ms. Desi Ardariani, as the Head of Master of Science in Accounting, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia. Kak Belinda Azara as today's moderator. The speakers, Mr. Manish Gidwani, Mr. Yanto Kamarudin, Mr. Arie Pratama, Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya, and Mr. Rama Kurnia as today's speaker, and also all the dear participants of the international seminar. I welcome you all to today's event. First of all, let us give our gratitude for the presence of the Almighty God, for by His grace, He has gathered us all today to be able to participate in today's seminar. My name is Michael Hezekia, as the Chief Executive of the 2022 SPFVBUI, Universitas Indonesia's Accounting Student Association. Here, first, I would like to give my thanks to Kak Belinda and all the various speakers that have took their time to participate in being today's moderator and speakers on this weekend, and even on a holiday. I would also like to give my biggest appreciation to the 22nd ATV committee for being able to organize this much-awaited event. Finally, I also want to say thank you to every participant who have registered and attend to today's seminar. ATV themselves is the biggest annual audit event organized by the accounting student of Universitas Indonesia. And today's event, the International Pre-Event Seminar, is one of its events. As a pre-event seminar, today's event will be one of the starting events that is going to be followed through with the various exciting main events that ATV will bring in the near future. This year's International Pre-Event Seminar have the main theme of how ESG reporting sets a higher standard for auditors. As what Ms. Desi has told us, ESG is fairly a new topic and emerging and also important topic in our industry and business economics today. Hence, that is why it is also give a huge impact towards accountants and auditors. And today's pre-event, we will be going to discuss how on that impact towards auditors. I hope that this seminar can give insights on more regarding ESG, its presence in especially Indonesia, their corresponding sustainability reporting standards, and also the viewpoints of auditors regarding said reports. And I also hope that today's seminar will be able to be a great introduction and starting point of other ATV's event to come. Let us all enjoy today's event and gain numerous insights from all the speakers that are undoubtedly experts on their own fields. That is all from me. Sorry if there are mistakes from my speech. Thank you. I give it back to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Hezekia, for the speech.
Next, we are giving our warmest welcome to Mr. Ryan Arahman as the Project Officer of the 22nd ATV to deliver his opening speech.
To Mr. Raihan, we invite you to deliver your speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome every single of you to the 22nd ATV International Seminar. I hope you are all in good shape in this situation. My name is Rahyan Arahman. I am an accounting undergraduate student from Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Indonesia and currently acting as the project officer of the 22nd ATV, the biggest and the oldest auditing event held by university students in Indonesia. Let me express my deepest gratitude to our honored speakers, Mr. Manish Gidwani, Mr. Yanto Kamarudin, Mr. Arie Pratama, Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya, Mr. Rama Kurnia, and our experienced moderator, Belinda Azahra. And also to our beloved Head of Science and Accounting Department, Ms. Desi Adhariani, for joining us in this great day. This year, the 22nd ATV International Seminar brings the theme of the Veracity of ESG report sets a higher standard for auditors. Our seminar tends to give all of you a broadening insights about the existence, implementation, and the future of ESG reports in Indonesia that need to be adjusted by auditors in creating standardization of ESG procedures, which are expected to improve auditors in determining the credibility of financial statements. As the representative of ATV committee, I hope this event will satisfy your knowledge, and thank you, as we are pleased to have all of you in this event. So that's all from me. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raihan, for the speech.
Before we proceed, we would like to explain the series of events of this 22nd ATV.
The first event is competition. The 22nd ATV competition, in partnership with Ernst & Young Indonesia, is an audit competition unlike any other. This event will put your accounting and auditing skills to the test of our utmost standard.
This year, we will have written task competition, quiz competition, and our signature competition, audit simulation. By participating on the event, we have shown that you are an exceptional team ready to face the auditing world.
The 22nd ATV competition was held on the 21st of September until 5th of October 2022 for the preliminary stage, and will be held on the 21st until 23rd of November for the semi-final stage.
We would like to invite all future auditors to join this event so that you can challenge your skills in the field of auditing.
The second event is conference and paper. The 22nd ATV Conference and Paper provides a platform for those of you who want to practice skills in critical thinking and analytical skills, as well as expanding relationships and connections with colleagues from various universities.
The theme for this year's Conference and Paper is How Internal Auditors Assess Internal Control in Facing Embezzlement in Insurance Firm, a topic which recently has been discussed by the public.
Participants will be asked to write a paper related to the theme and present the paper in front of the judges. Then, they will show and share their abilities by participating in the audit case forum to discuss about auditing issues.
The 22nd ATV Conference and Paper, in collaboration with Deloitte Indonesia, will be held on the 14th and the 15th of November 2022.
We invite all future auditors who have an interest in discussing audit issues with our working partner to join this event.
The third event is training. This event is aimed at practitioners and graduate students. It will provide valuable information and experience of auditing in the eyes of an internal auditor.
The participants will get an in-depth explanation about business data analytics, which is one of the most important process of business, by using the available frameworks.
This training will strengthen participants' capability in maintaining business continuity under uncertain circumstances.
The 22nd ATV training will be held on 14th until 15th of November 2022.
Every practitioner who wants to improve their skills in data analytics in this disruption era can join this event.
The fourth event is seminar. The 22nd ATV Main Event Seminar presents enthralling information of the continuous of auditors' role in ESG, and moreover, discussing the correlation with an investment.
The 22nd ATV Main Event Seminar will be held on the 19th of November 2022. We invite everyone who has the desire to know the latest auditing issues to attend this event.
Lastly, there is company visit. The 22nd ATV company visit involves participant visiting one of the Big Four accounting firms, which is Deloitte, followed by another visit to one of the well-known companies in Indonesia.
From this visit, we expect to give participants some insight related to auditing issues and knowledge about the real-world working environment.
The 22nd ATV company visit will be held on the 26th of November 2022.
We are now going to proceed to the keynote session. We are proud to mention that today we are accompanied by Mr. Manish Gidwani.
Mr. Manish Gidwani has been a member of Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, or ACCA UK, since 2001, an alumni of the prestigious University of London, where he completed his master's in professional accountancy. He is also a member of Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia and a registered accountant in Ministry of Finance Indonesia.
He is currently the chair of ACCA Indonesia Member Panel, which provides advocacy, employability, and networking opportunities for ACCA members in Indonesia. In addition, Mr. Gidwani was also trusted with teaching IFRS at British Prosperity Fund-sponsored G2G training in nationwide government finance training for convergence to IFRS in Pemprov DKI Jakarta, Semarang, and Bandung.
To Mr. Gidwani, we invite you to deliver your presentation. Yes.
You can? All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to share today a very important topic. My name is Manish Gidwani. I'm the chair of the ACCA Indonesia member panel. ACCA is a professional body for accountants from the UK, set up in 1904, and it entered Indonesia in 2013. And ACCA has pathway agreements with Chartered Accountant Indonesia. So I look after the ACCA professional insights, look after the ACCA member initiatives and advocacy. And I also am part of a learning provider for ACCA called London School of Accountancy and Finance. So that's a bit of my introduction. I choose to wear batik today because batik is more sustainable than wearing shirts and wearing coats, which actually create a lot of damage to the environment, because I've also been in the garment business and I know the kind of pollution created by the coloring used for typical shirts production. Yeah, so that's a bit of a background. So if I could share my slides today, I believe Ms. Tias is present to share my slides. Thank you. So the topic of today's session is the veracity of ESG reports sets a higher standard for auditors, right? And the word veracity means we are talking about accuracy of ESG reports, right? ESG reports come in variety of forms, so why the veracity is questioned is because there are so many reporting frameworks, so many criteria to use to assess ESG report, and then what kind of challenges it presents for the auditors. Yeah, so in my audit practice, it's quite straightforward doing historical financial statements, audit, statutory audit, or internal audit, right? But ESG audit is a separate challenge on its own. So allow me to share with you what is ESG all about and how is assurance going to transform itself into leading this new set of what we call as extended external reporting. as EER, extended external reporting. Next. So let me give you an overview. Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Right. So this is the idea of well-being. Yeah, I think we all think about that. How can I? Many companies only think about the current present because they are under pressure for the short-term stock market pressure that they need to continue to create profits in order to boost up the capital gains for the stock market for the shareholders, right? I remember a very strong speech by Unilever when the CEO mentioned clearly that if you do not want to invest in Unilever because I'm doing the right thing, please go and exit my company. And all the shareholders were very upset with what he had shared. But it's interesting to notice that Unilever's growth after being projected as a sustainable practice of doing business has actually resulted in boosting of the Unilever's performance by almost 2,900% growth ever since they applied sustainability idea. Yeah, so sustainability is actually about well-being. Yeah, well-being, doing things what is right, but without sacrificing the needs of the future generation. And now let me explain what are some of the surveys that are being shared by the ACCA Professional Insights. Next. Yeah, having business with purpose that serves collaborative communities is growing business that are in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's about building organizations that have a much better impact on Earth in terms of sustainability. So the idea is business with purpose. Yeah, business with purpose is what is the current expectations of the investors, and it is millennials who would love to have this kind of investing idea. Yeah, last time was investing for a profit, but now I'm investing for a purpose. Yeah, so that's why the even idea of enterprise value has changed. Yeah, last time enterprise value is simply your earnings multiplied by the number of PE, and then you get the value of your company, right? Or discounted cash flows. But now enterprise value is the holistic value of the company. So I want to put forward this idea of business with purpose. Next is about sustainable finance, right? We are pushing for more carbon-free energy resources, right? So why does it affect finance? Because everything needs to be measured. Even the cost of ensuring that we have carbon-free energy resources need to be measured, and that involves finance. Next. Yeah, just give me a moment. Yeah, so another part is the expectations of people have already changed, right? There's a holistic view from ESG. And in China Roundtable, this has impacted external factors such as economic, natural, social, and environment, which will ultimately and more directly lead to changes in accounting. Yeah, so accounting has to adapt to this because accounting has all this while very comfortable with the idea of managing historical information, managing quantitative information. But now accounting is challenged to do forward-looking information. Accounting is expected to do something which is qualitative. Advanced accounting is expected to do something subjective rather than objective, right? Last time, very simple. When I do auditing, it's objective. I know my subject matter, but now it's based on the subject that we are talking about. right? So there's changes in accounting. And these are questions that are being asked by the shareholders, right? What is the proportion of your green financing versus your total assets? So this topic being raised by the committee today is so relevant because the expectations of investors, users have already changed. These are the questions they asked. What is the proportion of your green financing versus your total assets? Next. Yeah, and the question now goes to how can I remain profitable not at the expense of people and planet? Yeah, this is the reason, the trigger why ESG reporting has become more relevant is because expectations have changed, accounting needs to change, and because to align with the society's expectation is how can I remain profitable without hurting the people, without hurting the planet? Yeah, and that means this requires a lot of teamwork. Yeah, so now we are talking about the new type of accountancy, which is not so focused on just analyzing the balance sheet, but basically looking way beyond the balance sheet. I know you're falling off from your seat, hearing this word that, wow, I'm totally in a new world, a new form of accountancy where is beyond P&L and beyond balance sheet. And that means you need to really progress and go beyond your comfort zone of just doing of what you've been comfortably doing all this while. Yeah. So this is a wake-up call for auditors and accountants. Next. Now let's understand ESG reporting. Yeah, ESG reporting, what is it? Yeah, and many people confuse ESG reporting with sustainability and CSR. So I want to clear this matter from the very beginning. So what is ESG and how is it different from sustainability and CSR? ESG reporting is a framework, is a reporting framework, right? Like you have your accounting reporting standards, you also have a ESG reporting framework. So it provides you standards for disclosure of the environmental, social, and corporate governance data. All right, so it's a standard for providing all this information. And why do we know that? Because investor is expecting it. Investor wants you to be transparent of all your activities, not only the end product, the outcome, but he wants to know your process. He wants to know your inputs, right? So that's why it requires you to summarize qualitative and quantitative benefits of the company's ESG. So investors has a choice. If their values don't match with the company's values, he has a choice not to invest. So this is expected by the investor who's become an investor with a purpose, investor with values, and this is a current trend that you cannot ignore. Thanks. Now, how is it different? Yeah, so ESG is an external investment framework that helps companies communicate their initiatives and investors assess the company's performance and risk. Yeah, so it's a framework for reporting. Sustainability is an internal framework that guides the organization's capital investment. Yeah, so sustainability is the drive, the intent, right? I want to do this because I want to ensure that I have the minimum greenhouse emissions. I want to do this because I want to care for my people. This is the initiative. But what is the framework for reporting it? Is using ESG framework, right? So get a difference, yeah? Sustainability is the motivation. ESG is the reporting outcome. Yeah, and so many people confuse with this. Many people think that sustainability is just a report that we need to make. Sustainability is actually part of your core daily processes. It becomes part of the company's core values. But the reporting is ESG, and it's very different from CSR. CSR is a business model, not only social activities. It's a business model where a company's activities enhance the world around them. Yeah, for example, if you have a product and instead of, so if you're thinking about business, you want the product to be bought again and again and quicker, right? But you know that your product has some damage to the environment. So instead of you continuing to ask your customers to keep buying from you on a quicker frequency, you create a model that you give them repairing services and get them to repair the product, to use the product for a longer time, even though your profits will be reduced, but you're applying CSR model. You care for the society. Yeah, so remember, ESG, sustainability, and CSR are different components. They are all aligned in the sense that ESG eventually provides the final communication tool for them. But sustainability and CSR are part of the core business. Yes, sustainability drives the motivation. CSR is a business model that allows companies to care for the society. Next. Yeah, so what does it involve? The environment questions. Yeah, how a company is combating climate change, what the company is doing to reduce carbon emissions. I think we all know that the target for UN is to achieve zero emissions by 2030, and how the company is preserving biodiversity, improving air and water quality. I think we all know Jakarta's air quality is at its worst. Yeah, the air quality index is 199. Which at one more point is considered as not healthy. So we are already unhealthy, but it's extremely unhealthy just a point away. So we are at that bad of the air quality. Water quality, combating deforestation. I think it's very relevant for Indonesia, and responsibly managing its waste, right? And how the company is responsibly using resources in its supply chain. So all of this affects these are the questions the ESG asks for environmental accounting. Next. What are the questions asked with regard to social? The social covers how a company nurtures its people and workplace, right? Are we putting the employees at a disadvantage by only focusing on certain groups of people hiring? Right, we tend to only we tend to only deploy these workers, and do not provide them their rights in terms of, for example, a lady who is pregnant, does not provide sufficient leave, right? So these kind of matters, yeah, gender equality, diversity, yeah. So these are important things, yeah. In Indonesia, we are very used to working long hours, right, at the expense of your health, and it's expected as an Asian culture to work very hard, so the work-life balance is compromised. Yeah, so data protection, privacy, community involvement, human rights, and labor standards. Yeah, so this is expected in the ESG report for the social element. Next. Governance. Yeah, so the investors are expecting the company to be upfront and speak about clearly about internal controls. Now, this is a very sensitive matter because your external audit, that 1 or 2 page report that you get from your auditor with an external opinion, unqualified opinion, and that's it. But the real issues are actually explained in the internal controls, right? And exposing it to the shareholder in Indonesia context will be something very interesting to see how companies will be open about this. Yeah, if you pick up a Unilever report, if you pick up a report from PNG, if you pick up a report from HSBC, they openly tell you their problems. Yeah, and that's how transparency is. That's how ESG impact is. Yeah, so policies, principles, governing leadership, who is inside the board composition, how's remuneration decided, even the salaries of the board members, things that Asian context we are so embarrassed or don't want to say, but it's expected in ESG to be transparent about this. Yeah, so it's really mind-boggling to see how ESG is going to drive such transparent reporting. Yeah, next. Now I want to change your frame of mind in this keynote address by saying that ESG has an impact on financial performance, and I'm not saying it alone. This is a research done by Garner Fried that 63% of companies who chose to do good have actually reported positive performance in their financial. Yeah, so I'm saying that you can do well by doing good. Yeah, people have a mindset that if I try to do good for the society, it's a waste of resource. You know, why don't you just give it to shareholders as dividends? You know, but this is the interesting thought for you that by doing good you can actually do well. Yeah, so and that's supported by a research. Yeah, next. I want to show you in an example, Tata Group. Yeah, so ESG is not a new concept. Yeah, 150 years ago, Mr. Jamsetji Tata from the Tata Group founder, he said in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder, but is in fact the very purpose of his existence. Yeah, and he made a very interesting mission statement. He said, we make money so we can give it away, 75%. But do you know Tata Group is still the biggest, one of the biggest group in India with a market cap of $300 billion, and it has growing profits. So if you are saying that your financial performance is going to decline by doing good, you're wrong, because the research proves it wrong. Yeah, Tata Group, Unilever, P&G, HSBC, all of these companies are able to do well by doing good. Next. This is a reconfirmation that environment, social, and governance each have an impact to the financial performance based on the research from Fried, Bush, and Besson. 58.7% on the impact of doing environmental. So it's very interesting that 58.7% impact to your financial performance, positive performance. Yeah, you see the graph is showing positive performance, not negative. So I hope the participants change their mindset today that, wow, this is an interesting fact and a different, it's a way of thinking. Yeah? Social, when I look after people, I have 55% improvement to my performance. And when I look after the governance, I have 62% improvement to my performance. So ESG at this point in time has a 35.3% growth improvement to the financial performance. A very interesting fact for you to note. Next. Now, how does it impact risk management? You see, because ESG involves the very process from the point of inputs to the process and the thinking behind it, you know, that we are cautious people. We don't just make decisions based on profitability. We always also put risk management as so we are cautious. So the idea of being cautious is engraved inside the ESG reporting. Yeah, so COVID-19 crisis has irreversibly changed organizations' approach to risk management, and ESG risk management in creating and protecting long-term value allows ESG risk assessments to be done. Yeah, and that allows you to regularly monitor where are my areas of risk. Yeah, and so you are able to cover the whole business process. So there's a huge benefit to financial performance as well as risk management. Next. These are some of the frameworks that are already available. We all know about GRI reporting standards, IIRC, SASB integrated reporting. I think Indonesia application is still at the GRI level. Some have applied integrated reporting, but it's still new to the Indonesian context. TCFD and CDSB, right? And recently, next. The formation by IFRS Foundation for International Sustainability Standards Board, right, have used all these resources, the reporting frameworks, right, and they are ended up developing IFRS standards for sustainability reporting. Yeah, so there has been already exposure draft for IFRS S1. which requires for general requirements for disclosure of sustainability-related financial information, and IFRS S2 climate-related disclosures. So the question is, are the companies ready to now comply with IFRS S1 and S2, which is about to be a full standard under the ISSB? Next. So what is the auditor's role? Let me give you a context. Next. Yeah, so let me tell you the challenges. Yeah, so you can understand exactly what auditors and why auditors standards and the way they approach ESG is in fact requiring them to upgrade themselves. Yeah, and it creates in fact a higher standard for auditors. Yeah, so the issue is the subject matter that we speak about in ESG reporting is too diverse. Yeah, and too complex. There are so many things to look at. Yeah, there's GHG emissions, carbon emissions. There's talking about employees. We are talking about people. We are talking about the environment. We are talking about so many topics, right? It's different from financial statements, just financial statements, the 5 statements. So the subject matter is too diverse and too complex. This is one issue. Second is, there is too many diverse criteria, so many reporting frameworks. Do I use GRI? Do I use IIRC? Do I use SASB? Or do I use the IFRS standards? Too many criteria. Plus, the management also developed their own criteria. You see, the movement has happened that previously was everything was objective. Now it is subjective, right? Yeah, and things, because of this, management bias can be included inside. Yeah, so that's what worries auditor. Auditor is very worried when there is management bias, when there is subjectiveness, you know, in the reporting. And now the amazing part is not only historical information, but forward-looking information. Not only financial, but non-financial, qualitative information. And the forms of reporting is so unique, not only text, not only tables, but charts, graphs, diagram, images, and even videos. Can you imagine auditors auditing videos? Diverse, the intended users. You know, can you imagine that the users, and we know last time audit users is creditors, lenders, investors. But now the users are diverse members of the public. So the auditor is in huge pressure to provide assurance for this kind of reporting, right? So what should auditor do? Auditor should exercise professional skepticism, yeah, which is you're questioning and not directly accepting things like this. You're questioning mind. You're being alert that what are the things that are possibly not as it is. Yeah, you have exercised professional judgment. Yeah, you need to be professionally competent and use external experts. Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm just going to run through my some reports here because I only have a few minutes left. Next. So what has ISB done? They have responded by providing a non-authoritative guidance on applying ISAE 3000, yeah, which is revised to extended external reporting assurance engagements. Yeah, so please go ahead. These are read this. This standard exists. Please read this standard because that covers all your concerns on applying the standards for engagements other than audit and historical information. So I want to inform the participants that there is such a revision and guidance available. Next. Yeah. Next. Can we proceed? Yeah, so the ISB has responded by doing a revision on that, plus the ISAE 3410, which is assurance engagement on greenhouse gas statements. So there is a standard for this also. Next. Yeah, so and also in the update, I hope you keep on watch that in coming months, you will be seeing this standard coming to your plate, which is ISSA, International Standard on Sustainability Assurance 5000. Yeah, so this will actually give a very comprehensive standard on how to audit, how to provide assurance on sustainability reporting. Yeah, and then so there's also a response submitted for the IFRS S2 for climate-related disclosures. Okay, and next. Just sharing some information. In Indonesia, or in general, worldwide, let me share with you with worldwide, out of the 92% of companies which reported ESG information, only 58% obtained some level of assurance. So he said it's not an easy task. Only 58% reported assurance, right? And then you notice that out of those 58%, 82% of the assurance obtained was limited in nature. So we did not obtain reasonable assurance, but limited assurance. Yeah, so this creates a challenge for the auditors. Yeah. Next. Yeah, and they have applied multiple reporting frameworks, right? And so you can see that that is the current trend. Yeah. Next. Yeah, another information is that the assurance standard ISC 3000, 68% in 2019. Yeah, but you notice that the level of assurance given is 59% of engagement conducted by other service providers. Only 23% obtained reasonable assurance. Yeah, so the companies obtaining reasonable assurance is very less. Yeah, so this is something that we need to see how we can improve the level of assurance obtained. Yeah, next. Yeah, now particularly in Indonesia, out of those 58% that I mentioned to you that obtain assurance in Indonesia, it's only 20%. So only 20% of the companies obtain assurance. So the volume is still very low. Next. Yeah. And you know, the research shows that actually if you do, when you integrate reports, your sustainability reports with your annual reports, then the level of assurance is higher. Yeah, so this is something to consider. Next. Yeah, and it's interestingly in Indonesia, the auditors that are doing this are not the statutory auditors. Yeah, so if you notice in the graph, it's all gray. So these are the auditors which were not the statutory auditors. Yeah. In other countries, in USA, the one who's doing ESG auditing is also the statutory auditors. Yeah. So we see a reluctance from statutory auditors to doing this ESG audit. Next. Yeah, and I'll cover quickly the law element. Next. So in the context of legal framework, next. Yeah, there is a law on number 32 of 2009. It ensures, so I just want to show the law exists. Yeah, it's supported by the legal framework. Continue, next. Yeah, there's also a law that protects the manpower. Yeah, next. There's a law that protects the consumers. Yeah. And OJK, based on the regulation number 51, next. Yeah, has also required for sustainability reporting submission, but currently it's only required for public companies. It was supposed to be done in 2021, but due to COVID, it was extended to 2022. Yeah, so I think companies are struggling in producing this report, let alone auditors auditing and providing assurance. Yeah, so with that being said, I want to conclude my presentation. Final slide, Ms. Priyanka. Next. Yeah, so what I wanted to conclude is that, this ESG report is a new product. I know we all want to be part of it, but it's important as auditors to even not be reluctant, as we saw the statistics, continue to upgrade ourselves and learn, right, how to provide assurance, exercise those professional skepticism, do not have the ego of going and consulting with external experts. Yeah, this is something that so do not avoid it. Yeah, because we tend to avoid transparency because of the pressure from certain investors. But I want to remind you that when you provide ESG reporting, actually this is the time where you're actually going to help the company to do well by doing good. Yeah, and auditors play a very important role in this whole process. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gidwani, for the clear and insightful presentation.
It is now time for the main session of our seminar. This session will be hosted by Ms. Belinda Azahra as the moderator and accompanied by our speaker, Mr. Arie Pratama, Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya, Mr. Yanto Kamarudin, and Mr. Rama Kurnia.
We will now introduce you to the moderator of our seminar.
Belinda Azahra, kindly known as Belinda, is a fresh graduate from Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia, and holds a bachelor degree in accounting with a summa cum laude and the fastest graduates predicate. Since February 2022, she is currently working in Johnson & Johnson Jakarta as a planning analyst.
She has plenty of experience in various fields. She has worked at Kinobi Asia, EY Jakarta, Philip Morris International, Unilever Indonesia, and Ruang Guru. Her most outstanding achievement was being mahasiswa berprestasi 2, Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Indonesia.
We would also like to mention that every question for the speaker can be asked through the Q&A button in the Zoom meeting, accompanied by the name, origin of the institution, and the name of the intended speaker.
As for our participants who is watching from YouTube, you can post your question on the comment section.
Without further ado, we are pleased to invite Ms. Belinda Azahra as our moderator to start the seminar.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the warm welcome, MC. Hello so much for everyone. I'm Belinda Azahra. I'm one of your moderator today for leading the sessions for our 4 speakers who gonna share an insight about audit, ESG, and environmental auditing. So for today's sessions, we're gonna start our very first speakers, which is Pak Arie Pratama. Do you mind the operator to share his profile? Okay, so our first amazing speaker of sustainability standard was Dr. Arie Pratama, who was a member of TISAK IAI. So Dr. Arie Pratama is a permanent lecturer and head of accounting department in Pajajaran University. He is also hold a position as extraordinary teacher in some several university like Presiden University, Maranatha University, Pancasila University, and Stiami Institute. In academical field, he is also hold a position as manager of research, innovations, and partner of FEB Unpad. At the national scale, he is holding several positions like a member of Financial Standard Implementation Team from 2015 until now. Member of Task Force Comprehensive Corporate Reporting Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia from 2020 until now. He is also being an accounting consultant for BUMN, BUMD, and some prestigious private corporate. Okay, without further ado, are we already connected with Pak Arie Pratama?
Yes, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pak. How are you today, Pak?
Fine. How are you?
I'm really good too. Thank you so much, Pak, for attending here. So without further ado, I let the screen and time is yours, Pak Arie.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Belinda for introduction. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So this is actually a very great opportunity for me. And before I start the presentation, of course, I would like to thank the committee to invite me. And once again, this is the topic that presented here is a very urgent topic. Yeah, and also a serious topic, because what we already heard from the keynote speech provided by Mr. Manish, we of course already understand how impactful the sustainability will be. And for the accounting itself, of course, it changed the landscape. So previously, our work as an accountant is perhaps only limited to the financial statement preparation. And perhaps when we look at the annual report, all the information there is only about financial information and historical information. But as you can see, from the presentation that just delivered by Mr. Manish, there will be significant change in our accounting landscape. So that means as a student, of course, you have to upgrade your knowledge. And it will be a very great opportunity, for you to attend this kind of meeting or this kind of conference, learn new things, and be relevant in the future. Because, of course, when you graduate later on, and then you try to find a work or try to build your career, of course, you need to equip with the latest and current knowledge. And sometimes, as you know, the classroom can provide you with the knowledge, but if you want to find the latest and the current knowledge, you need to go to the field, see what happened in the business, see what happened in our profession. Okay, so once again, I think this international seminar is a highly valuable forum for you to learn new things, and hopefully me as one of the speakers can provide you with a new insight and of course a new material for you. Okay, I only have around 30 minutes, so I won't too long in the introduction. I will just move to the slides. Okay, I will share the slides for you. Okay, so just to confirm, can anyone see my presentation? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Of course. Okay, thank you very much. I will start my presentation, and for today, I will discuss with you about sustainability reporting and also the sustainability standards. And of course, I will try to show a slideshow. Okay, so I will start with the sustainability definition. So everyone here can see the next slide, or it's still on the first slide? Okay, I hope you can already see the slides moving now, because because currently I have some problem with the slideshow. Sometimes I move the slides, but in the participant view, the slide is freeze on the first slide. So I've already spoke to the 10th slide, but what you can see is only the first slide. So I apologize for that. But I won't be too long in this section, because you already learned about the sustainability. So I just want to stress about the importance of the sustainability and also the ESG. So as you can see from this definition, sustainability is not just about our current needs. It's also about the future generation. So the basic concept or the basic philosophy of the sustainability is people not just live for now. We cannot leave our future generation to be suffer. They cannot have to live in the misery. Okay, so for example, today we can enjoy all the facilities. We can enjoy all of our nature provides. There is enough water for everyone today, perhaps. Okay, and our environment now, although it's already damaging, but still provide a very good way for living. But we don't know what happened next 20 years or 30 years. What happened to our children? What happened to our grandchildren? Can they live like us? If they live better than us, it's our common prayer, I believe. But if they live worse than us, well, this is something that we need to prevent. Yeah. So as you know, today, for example, about energy, we currently rely on fossil fuel energy. And we know the fossil fuel energy is a non-renewable one. It will be depleted, and someday there will be no fuel fossil energy left. And at that time, what will happen if we still rely on the fuel fossil energy? And of course, we'll be doomed. Okay, so that's why currently we are now trying to shift to a renewable energy. Okay, for example, if you still own a car that use petroleum, Pertamax or something like that, maybe you need to change to an electric car. Yeah, they are more friendly to environment and they won't spend fuel energy. So the fuel energy can be conserved for our future needs. So that's what we will do if we think about sustainability. Okay, so when we think about sustainability, not only we just think about economic perspective, because we know to invest a new thing, for example, if we want to invest in the new electric car, we want to build a new society, not just based on the non-renewable resources of energy, it will be a very costly investment. It takes a very long time. And sometimes, if you just think about economic perspective, maybe we'll just do some cost-benefit analysis, and then maybe you say, okay, this is very costly, and I don't know what the benefit, so if I am a conservative one, then I will say, no, I won't do this. Well, if you think just like that, that means you're not look at the sustainability view. If you want to see a sustainability, then you not just cannot think about economy. Think about the environment. Think also about the community. Think also about the society. So that's how people with sustainability will think. Okay, so I think the most important feature in the sustainability is not just about reporting itself, okay, but to implement the sustainability reporting in the business environment, you need to shift your paradigm. Okay, this is not just about economy anymore. This is not just about profit anymore. Okay, but this is also about our people and also about our planet. So that's why when we talk about sustainability, of course, yeah, like what Mr. Manish said, there is a difference between ESG, sustainability, and CSR, but they are interrelated. Okay, so sustainability is basically how you not just only responsible to yourself, but responsible for also your future generation. Okay, and also for the ESG, sustainability is representing environment and social concept of the report. So actually, yeah, I think I'm agree that if the ESG is the outcome and sustainability is the way of thinking. Okay, so that's my idea about the sustainability. Okay, now I move to the next slide. So in the next slide, there is some theories of social responsibility. So why I'm discussing about social responsibility? Because sustainability is something that not just we're doing this for the one or economic motivation. Sometimes we need to know the motivation of how or why people want to do something that's socially responsible. So as you can see, what we want to achieve now, that we don't want you to think about maximizing profits anymore. If you want to maximize your profit, then you're not doing any social responsibility, because your responsibility, if you still think about maximizing profit, your responsibility is only to the stockholders. Stakeholder is not your matter anymore. Well, of course, it's wrong. Okay, so maximizing profit is a very old theory. Okay, now we are moving to the stockholders, to the stakeholders. So let's say we need to move to the corporate citizenship. So as a citizen, it's a duty for us to ensure that we do good, and we need to solve a social problem around us. Of course, you can say social problems or economic problem is a matter for government. Why must I? Why must me that doing this? Well, if you use a corporate citizenship, you cannot just do that. You cannot leave all the matters to the government and you live on your own. Of course not. Okay. So if you are a good citizen, then you need to show that you are socially responsible, helping others, conserve the environment, be patient, or let's say be focused not just to the economic, but also to the environment and also to the social matters. That's what we call as a corporate citizen. Okay. But before we can reach the corporate citizenship, of course, right now there is also a view that CSR is only a minimum moral. Yeah, for example, I'm doing this because I don't want to be viewed as an immoral person. But let's say I just doing this in the minimum way that I can. Okay, well, maybe it's better than you're not doing anything, but of course we cannot just be in the moral minimum any longer. Okay, you need to move. You need to put your interest not only to yourself, but also to the stakeholders. And you need to, let's say, actualize yourself and be a corporate citizen. So that's the evolvement of the theories of social responsibility. And it's also very related to the sustainability. Well, this is just a very quick introduction to the component of the sustainability. So when we talk about sustainability, there are three components that we need to make it balance. There is an economic concept, there is also an environment concept, and also there is a society concept. Okay? And like I said, we have many problems. Okay? When we discuss about sustainabilities, not only a depletion of the finite resource, yeah, but also overuse of the renewable resource. Okay? So we know forest, fish, wildlife, they are renewable resource. But if we are overuse them, it will create imbalance in our ecology. And it can provide us with many natural disasters or natural problems. Okay, so although this is a renewable resource, we also cannot just use them as we are. We also need to conserve them. Okay, what else? The problem of the sustainability, there are pollution. Okay, so the first 3 points is about environment. But like we already learned previously, sustainability is not only about environment, it's also about the social. Right now, we are still facing inequity or inequality. Okay, for example, there are developed countries, there are developing countries. In the developed countries, they can feel a democracy, they can speak freely, but in the developing countries, there are still limitation to the people activity. There are still some quasi-democracy and something like that. That's also the problem in our society. Okay, and not just about the big matters like economic and politics, gender role. Okay, as you can see, in the developing countries, there is still a gender role gap between men and women. And also it's a problem, it creates a problem because we don't just want our men to be on the top. We also like to see our female rise to the top. Okay, because actually we need to rid of the old culture that said man has this role, female has this role, and female usually has the second or the third role. That's inequality, and that creates problem in our society. Okay, so sustainability is also about the inequality problem and also the species loss. Okay, so that's the problem. Now, about the solution. Of course, if we talk about how business try to improve their sustainability, they will do several things. They can use 3R. They can reduce, they can reuse, they can recycle. And then they will try to do some safe energy. Okay, they're doing some conservation. They are switching their energy source from non-renewable to renewable one. And also, we need to balance our life between work and between family life. So currently, the business is not just about how we treat human as a machine to produce goods or to produce service. They also have a life. We need to maintain their health. We need to improve their creativity. We need to increase their communication and also intellectual and spiritual development. So, good human is a human that can balance their work life and also their family life. And you maybe already understand, if something happened with your family, it will affect the quality of your work. Okay, and what happened with the quality of your work sometimes affect the quality of your family. So that's why we need to put our interest not just about making goods or create service, but also we need to provide a life-based interest. Okay, so that's how we create a sustainability. And now we are talking about SDGs. Okay, now we are talking about the SDGs. This is something that become all the global goals. So if you still think that sustainability is something that's not important, well, then try to look at the SDGs. This is something that we want to achieve. We have 17 goals and we have around 8 more years because we need to achieve the SDGs in 2030. Okay, and what the indicators of the sustainability goals? There are 17. Okay, I have a very limited amount of time, so I'm very sorry I cannot introduce more about the SDGs. But SDGs is a very interesting thing because right now, many businesses want to integrate the SDGs into their business. So not just our business is one that create profit, but we want our business is to create a sustainable development. So this is actually an opportunity for students, for you to understand about the SDGs and how you implement it in your accounting work. Okay, because actually there is a very strong relation between accounting profession and also the SDG. But I think it's a matter for next year's seminar. Okay, so because today we have a very tight schedule, I'm very sorry I cannot explain this to you, but this is actually an interesting thing for you to understand. For example, yeah, as you can see, there is some interconnection between ESG and also the SDGs. When we talk about the economic, we talk about several pillars of the SDGs. For example, if we want to achieve the economic performance, then we need to create a society with no poverty. We need to provide them with some prevention to prevent zero hunger. And then we need to create a society that has a good health and well-being. And then we need to create more jobs. So we need to create our new jobs. So the work and also the economic growth can be provided. And also we need to elaborate with the industry, with innovation, with infrastructure, so our industry can be developed. That's in the economic plan. And also for social and environmental pillar. So as you can see, the 17th pillar of the SDG is actually related to the ESG. So you can contribute to the United Nations effort to make the sustainable development in our world. And like I said, it's not very long. It's 2030. And as you can see on this slide, we are just facing a threat. Yeah. Then let's say it's a once in a generation threat, COVID-19. And as you can see, COVID-19 is affected our life. For the last 2 years, the poverty increased, hunger increased, and also you can understand about health and well-being. There is some stress, okay, mental disorder, physical disease that caused by the COVID-19. And also not just about health, about the education, gender equality, and economic growth, it also affected by COVID-19. So we need to act faster because we only have 8 years to go and we are still having COVID-19 with us. Okay, so this is actually the challenge for us, and how we align the company strategy with the SDGs. So of course we have 5 steps. Okay, the first we need to understand the SDGs, and then we need to define the priorities. So which one from these 17 pillars that we want to focus first? We set the goals, we integrated it to the business, and this is the role for the accounting, I think. How you report and how you communicate your integrating process, your goal setting process, and your priority defining process into a single annual report. So I think that's one of the importance why we need to understand the SDGs. Okay, now we need to try more focus to the reporting itself. Okay, so traditionally the reporting is only focused on financial matters. It's only for the stakeholders. It's historical based. Now we are in the new era of reporting. Okay, reporting is not just about financial matters. We need to talk about financial matters and non-financial matters. And this is not just about combined reporting. It's not about how we make report thicker than before. No, this is not combined report. We need to integrate the report. So when we discuss about financial matters, there is also a non-financial matters involved in that reporting. So the focus is not combine, but integrate the matters. And the perspective. The traditional report is only for stockholders. Now we are moving to stakeholder perspective. And the information itself, if you are an accountant, you know the qualitative characteristic of our reporting is relevance. And you know the ingredients of how to make a relevant information is to provide a predictive value. Predict means to know what happened in the future. That means you cannot just use an historical base to make a prediction. Of course, you have to do a forward-looking orientation. So what happened in our contemporary reporting is we will move from historical base to the forward-looking orientation. And that's what happened. And as you can see in our stakeholder mind right now, it's not just about profit anymore. They already thinking about sustainability, integration, and also a triple bottom line. And I think the triple bottom line is a very good model because the company can obtain profit as long as they keep the prosperity of the people and the safety of the planet. So investor now is more thinking in the long term. They not just think, okay, today the company profit, how about next year? Next year they will get a profit, next year they will get a profit, and then they will get a profit. Of course not. How they manage their relation with environment and society, that's the determinant of how they can make a profit. Okay, so that's what happened in our stakeholder mind. So that's why our reporting need to change. Okay, so that's why we establish what we call as the ESG reporting. Okay, so in the ESG reporting, there is environment, social, and governance. Okay, Mr. Manish already explained this, so I will skip this part. But what important, as you can see, not just about environment performance, not just about social performance, but this is also about governance. Because the governance is a structure, is the process, is the organ that create performance. So if the governance board or if the chairman, if the director still don't have a sustainability in their mind, there will be no ESG reporting because they won't care about environment, they won't care about social. So that's why when we talk about environment and social, we cannot split it from the governance perspective. Okay, so the ESG report is actually a report about the company about the ESG impacts. And of course, there will be lots of benefit and lots of characteristics. But let's say there are maybe the next speaker after me that will discuss more about the ESG reporting. So maybe I will skip this slide, okay? But I believe that the committee will distribute it to you. Now, about the standard setter, okay? Actually, if you know, there are many there are many standard setters that create their own framework. They create their own standards. Okay, but let's say they have various reporting methodology. Yeah, for example, GRI have their own standards. SASB has their own standard. SASB is more rule-based because they provide framework for each and every industries in the world, while GRI is more principle-based. Okay, so let's say from this standard setter, yeah, they have the same goals, but they translate it, they interpret the sustainability very differently. And this is maybe not good because the users and the preparer will be confused. Which concept of the sustainability is the true concept? Because they have a different standard, they have a different methodology, although they say, I report about sustainability. Okay, so that's why currently we move to the concept that we call a comprehensive corporate reporting. So as you can see on the house structure, each and every standard setter have their own focus. But actually, if we integrate them together into a single house, they can provide us with comprehensive corporate reporting. So although they are different, but let's say it's like our Indonesian motto, unity in diversity. So they can be diverse, but actually if we unite them into a single house, they can provide a comprehensive corporate reporting. So the trend toward comprehensive reporting is we create a new global international sustainability standard board. And all the 5 issuers of framework and standard setter of the sustainability framework, they already issued a statement of intent to work together towards comprehensive corporate reporting. Okay, and how about Indonesia? Indonesian Institute of Accountants has established Indonesian Task Force of Comprehensive Corporate Reporting. So we in Indonesia already put some action to it. We established task force, and actually we already done several activities, including conducting some research, participate in the international event, and also provide the comment to the new exposure draft that just released by the ISSP. So we already done a lot of work. Okay, so that's our work about the comprehensive corporate reporting. Now, in the last section, I want to explain to you about the ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board. So, just recently, IFRS Foundation established a new standard board that we call International Sustainability Standard Board. They have some objectives on it. Okay, let's say this is their focus, but I know maybe most of you students are confused. IFRS is about financial reporting. So why the one that create accounting standard now create a sustainability standard also? Why not just leave to GRI? Why not just leave to the SASB? They already create a sustainability reporting framework. So why don't just use them? Why we need to integrate the sustainability standard with the financial standard? Because we need to create an integration between financial and sustainability matters. Because actually this is not 2 separate things. This is not about mutually exclusive thing. This is actually a complement. So sustainability will create financial impact. They can create revenue, they can create expense. So we not just talk sustainability and also talk about financial reporting separately. So that's why we need to provide comprehensive information. And we already know in the financial reporting, IFRS is a leading standard setter. They already provide a standard that used worldwide. So by integrating ISSB with the IFRS, then the use of the IFRS with the sustainability reporting will become more massive compared to the GRI, compared to the SASB. And if we look at the building blocks now, okay, there are differences between the sustainability reporting and the ISSB focus. So as you can see, ISSB is more focused to the sustainability-related financial disclosure, not just about sustainability report. So if you talk about sustainability report, they report all about sustainability matters, not just related to the accounting itself, not related to the financial reporting. Okay, so our effort in establishing ISSB is to provide them how these sustainability matters can create or erode enterprise value over the short, medium, and also the long term. So we need to, we want to integrate the sustainability effort with the financial effort, because this is actually a single effort. Okay, so this is how the building block. This is how we will do the sustainability report. So the first step is actually about IFRS and GRI. This is not just, okay, we will walk separately. No, ISSB and GRI already join each other in the consultative bodies, and they already put some statement. They say they want to cooperate together. Let's say in the future work, they will align some standard structure, some metrics to reduce the burden for the companies. Because when you create a report, of course, if you have a two very different framework, you have two different things to do, and it will be a burden for you. So if we can align the terminology and the standard, well, you can produce one or two report with just one effort. And that is a very good idea, I think. The last thing that I want to discuss with you is the two proposed IFRS sustainability standard. Yeah, we have now IFRS S1 and IFRS S2. IFRS S1 is about general requirement for disclosure of sustainability-related financial information. And for number 2 is also about the climate-related disclosure. Okay, so I will just share with you, okay, with the architecture of the standard itself. It focuses on the investor audience and also the enterprise value. And if you see the standards requirement, the standards requirement will actually need you or ask you to disclose for several matters in your sustainability effort. The first is the governance structure. The second is the strategy. The third is risk management. And the last will be a metrics and the targets. So maybe you wonder why we need to disclose governance first. Like I said, governance is set a tone. Tone of the top is important in the company because top management will lead the effort about the sustainability. So what can you expect if the governance body have no care about sustainability? They won't be a strategy. They won't be a risk management because the government itself decided to abandon sustainability. So that's why the first thing that we have to disclose is the governance board, governance structure, governance process. And then after that, strategy. Sustainability is not something that we can just doing it reactively. This is something that we need to do some proper planning. That's why we also need to disclose strategy. And sustainability can also create some risk. And also it's our effort to identify, to analyze, and also to mitigate the risk. Because all of our business will create risk for us. We cannot just report the positive impact, but also we need to report honestly about the negative impact that we have to the environment and social. That's the risk management. And you also need to set some targets and metrics of how you measure your efforts. So that's why you need to provide with the sustainability in the sustainability standards. And in the future, there will be some thematic or cross-industry requirements. Right now, there are no thematic or cross-industry. I mean, thematic or cross-industry, we already have one theme beside the IFRS S1, and that is a climate change. Well, there are lots of themes about the sustainability, not just the climate change. But maybe in the next future, for example, there are gender gap. Okay, for example, there are also about work life in the company. So that's the theme of the sustainability. And the standards will be around that theme about the sustainability. And they will create some industry-based requirement. So each industry, of course, they have their own business process, and of course, there will be some differences in materiality. Okay, for example, in the automotive industry, pollution is a very sensitive matter. But let's say in the consumer goods, pollution is not too sensitive. So each industry have their own characteristics. So that's why the standards for them also need to be differ a bit. Okay, so that's our future standard architecture will be. So I just want to do some quick review about the draft. But if you see the IFRS S1, IFRS S1 is like IS1 and IS8. In Indonesia, it's more like PSAK 1 and PSAK 25. It's about how you present the report and about how you set the policy to make the report. So that's the content of the IFRS S1. And it will provide you with the item and indicators about how you disclose governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and the targets, and also to provide how to report this sustainability. For example, currently we have 2 standards, but it's not just about, okay, I need just to report the general thing and climate thing. There is also some sustainability related things that matter for my company, but since there is no standard, so I not have to disclose it? No, you need to disclose it. But let's say for the time being, because we only have 2 exposure drafts, if no specific disclosure requirement, then you can consider many things, okay, including practices of the other company, other standard, other resource, and also other standards, okay? So that's the framework that appear in the IFRS 1. Okay, and the IFRS S1, you need to emphasize consistency and connection between financial statement and sustainability reporting. You need to explain linkage information and use the assumption. And you need to publish this disclosure with the financial statement at the same time. And in a different jurisdiction, of course, some jurisdiction already oblige you to make sustainability report. Some of them still ask you to voluntarily provide the information about sustainability. Okay, so it will also facilitate application in different jurisdictions. And the last thing about the climate exposure draft. About the climate exposure draft, this is a significant matters, yeah, that happen in the company right now. So that's why we need to disclose this climate first in the IFRS S2. Okay, so what the content of it? So the content of it is actually focused on the significant climate-related risk and opportunity. But you still need to report or disclose about the climate change effort in the 4 structure: governance, strategy, risk management, and also the metrics. Okay, and also it rely with the TCFD recommendation and also the SASB standards. And what will be the key features? You need to explain how you make a transition. For example, from carbon-based to a non-carbon-based, you need to provide information of emission target, and also you need to provide the effort to maintain the climate resilience, and also you need to disclose about GHG, greenhouse gas emission, from scope 1 to scope 3 emission. So the standards is very detailed. I have a very limited amount of time, so if you have more interest, then you can go to the IFRS website, download the exposure draft, and then see by yourself. Okay, but actually this is a very interesting thing for students to learn. So I will just conclude my presentation. I'm sorry, of course I'm doing it over time, but let's say the ESG will create a long-term benefit for organization, and reporting ecosystem will be integration between financial and non-financial reporting. And since I'm also a lecturer, I also said more research and study needs to be done on the long-term effect on the ESG and how the company is ensuring the readiness to adopt it. There are also challenges, but let's say for the challenges, we can discuss it more in the Q&A section. I will be very happy to answer 1, 2, or all the questions from you that already put some interest in the sustainability reporting. So apologize for the overtime, but once again, I thank you for this opportunity and see you on the Q&A section. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Arie Pratama, for the wonderful insight regarding sustainability standard. And also at the beginning, you also mentioning a lot about the basis and then the threshold of the sustainability standard in Indonesia. Of course, the updated regulations and also challenge that we have facing now. This is really insightful for us because sustainability topics is quite new nowadays, especially in the financial and auditing industries. Thank you so much, Pak Arie Pratama, for the insights. Maybe we can go to the next speaker before we going to the Q&A sessions at the end of the speaking sessions. Okay, maybe for the next speakers, the operator maybe can share screen the profile. We have Bu Kusumaningsih. Okay, so a minute. So the second speakers was Bu Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya as head of EAP. So Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya is a chairperson for Institut Akuntan Publik Indonesia. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from the University of Southern California and a master's degree in business administration from Southern Illinois University. Other than being the chairperson for EAP, she is also a supervisor for Indonesia's Auditing Assurance and Assurance Standard Board since 2021. Previously, she was a partner of KAP Siddhartha Wijaya and worked both as a member and a chairperson for Indonesia's Auditing and Assurance Board before she became a supervisor. Wow, it was a really great profile. Do we already connected with Bu Kusumaningsih?
Yes, hello Belinda, how are you?
Hello Bu Kusumaningsih, how are you today, Bu?
I'm doing very good. It's a beautiful Saturday.
Okay, it's really glad to hear. We're really welcoming you, Bu, and wanna really hear an insight from you, Bu Kusumaningsih, for today's speaking sessions. So without further ado, I let the screen and time is yours, Bu Kusumaningsih.
Thank you, Belinda.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start with greetings before I show my slides. So first of all, yeah, of course, very good morning, good afternoon, and maybe good evening, yeah, because this is an international seminar, so we may have the audience around the world, wherever you are. Greetings from Jakarta. So it's my pleasure to be with all of you. And also, selamat merayakan Maulid Nabi Muhammad bagi teman-teman, Bapak Ibu, murid-murid yang merayakannya. So first of all, on behalf of Indonesian Institute of Certified Public Accountants, I would like to express our sincere thank you to ATV Committee for inviting EAP to speak at the 22nd ATV International Seminar. Last year, I also was the speaker for this event, for the 21st event. However, the topic is about the key audit matters. So today's topic is another amazing topic, a topic which I'm really passionate because I truly believe that the profession should play a critical role, accounting profession, in this ESG space. Yeah. So I would like to say thank you to Pak Manish and Pak Arie for your amazing presentations. Honestly, I learned a lot. And Pak Arie, your presentation set up the skin before my presentation. Also, Pak Manish, there are several contents on your presentation that I think is very good to bring it now for me to talk about the assurance standards. Yeah, so thank you very much, yeah, for your presentations. And I would like to get your PowerPoint later because it's very, very useful, yeah, your presentation slide.
Sure,
so
sure, thank you.
Yes. So with that, because I only have a very limited time, so let me share my screen. Okay. Let me see. Where's? Come, I don't get. Okay, did you see? Did you see the slide?
Not yet.
I think right now. How about now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Okay, so let's get started. So this is just a disclaimer. I can skip it. the disclaimer. So let's start with, so I'm going to cover two agenda. The first one is on the sustainability reporting, a global movement, but I'm not going to cover in details because Pak Arie already cover this part very comprehensively. So I'm just going to set up a scheme to bring it to the overview of assurance on sustainability. So this is my first slide. Basically we know that there's an increasing demand for sustainability ESG reporting. And I recall that Ibu Desi mentioned, when we talk about ESG, it's not something new. 10 years ago, we already heard about ESG, but suddenly, for the past 2 years, ESG become a hot topic. Everyone is talking about ESG. So sustainability or ESG, Pak Arie and also Pak Manish already explained the difference between sustainability or ESG. But in my presentation, I'm just trying to use interchange. But I think all of you already know there's a difference between sustainability and ESG. So sustainability or ESG is an increasingly high priority for everyone. Investor, regulators, employees, customers, and other stakeholders. And the demand for high quality sustainability and ESG reporting becoming higher and higher. However, based on various studies or survey done by some institutions, including the Global Benchmarking Study on Sustainability Reporting and Assurance by ACCA, we noted multiple frameworks and standards have been used in preparing the sustainability reporting. Therefore, there's an urgent need for global sustainability disclosure standards in order to achieve greater relevance, consistency, reliability, and comparability in sustainability reporting. So we are very happy to hear that at COP26 on 3rd November 2021, the IWES Foundation announced the creations of the International Sustainability Standard Board, ISB, the one that Pak Arie has explained very comprehensively, with the objective of formulating a new baseline for sustainability disclosure to meet investor needs. So subsequent to the formation of SB, that in March 2022, two proposed IFRS sustainability standards were issued. S1, which is the general requirement for disclosures of sustainability-related financial information, and S2, climate-related disclosures, which have been explained by Pak Arie. So with all this as a background, IAPI as an association for public accountants has foreseen that the demand for sustainability assurance is likely to grow in the coming years. Accordingly, IAPI has been actively involved in developing the awareness to the professions through several joint webinars and put the amendment and adoptions of international standards on assurance, as well as developing the guidance to perform assurance engagement on sustainability reporting or informations into IAPI strategic priority. So let me move to the second one. So this is just to give you a snapshot. So this is the benchmark survey, which the report issued in June 2021. And I think we are aware that IFAC already have an update, and they issue another update in, I think in July 2022, based on their data and analysis of several companies worldwide. And apparently in Indonesia, they did the survey for 50 listed company, and this just to give you a snapshot, to prove how fragmented, and how many standards have been used in preparing the sustainability reported or sustainability information or disclosures in Indonesia. So some interesting fact that I would like to highlight in here is they did a survey for 50 companies, obviously listed companies. 45 out of 50 companies report some level of sustainability informations using various and multiple reporting framework, GRI, SASB, UNGC, and others, and also SDG. But only 20% of the companies that report sustainability information obtain some level of assurance, So it's quite low. Yeah, I think because in Indonesia, for the assurance on sustainability is not mandatory yet. So it's still voluntarily. Yeah. And 33% of this assurance engagement were conducted by audit firm, and 67% were done by other service provider. So the interesting things, yeah, I want to resonate to Pak Manish's presentations, and I think it's a good message, yeah, that we have to play a key role, and this is a game changer. For the auditor, it's going to be a challenging time, but also an exciting time, yeah, to be embraced for the sustainability assurance. Yeah, however, we can do it, yeah, because we just need to put a lot of efforts. Yeah, we have to change our mindset. We have to upskill our knowledge. We have to upskill our skills in order to play a key role in the sustainability assurance as well as sustainability reporting. Yeah, so I basically concur, yeah, with Pak Manish's presentations on that slide, with talking about the challenge for the auditor for the ESG assurance and the importance, yeah, of the professional skepticism and professional judgment in doing, yeah, the assurance on sustainability report or sustainability informations. So this one, just to highlight, yeah, about the regulatory for Indonesian companies, I think it has been highlighted also in Pak Manish's presentation, so I'm not going to go through in detail. So basically, under this rule, OJK Rule 51, the rule mandated for the financial service institution, issuers, and public companies to issue sustainability reporting. The deadline is actually varied, yeah, is by staging, but for the issuers, for the emittent, for the listed entity, the deadline was in 2021, yeah, because of the COVID, yeah, I think they delayed, yeah, to 2022. And for the some other financial service institutions which are not issuers, the deadline are coming, yeah. So this financial service institution will include banking, yeah, insurance, even dana pensions, yeah, securities company, and others. Yeah. So I think I'm going to move to the second slide. Yeah. This one, yeah, because the increasing pressure on certain corporate by investor and regulators to disclose and report on sustainability information, then there will be a demand, yeah, of reliability sustainability reporting. Why there will be a demand? Because I think for the corporate who issue the sustainability reports, they also want to make sure that the report that they issue are reliable. Yeah. In order for them to ensure that, they will need some sort of assurance. Yeah. Although it's not actually mandatory right now, but I see the trend, yeah, of more and more corporate start thinking about having the assurance on their sustainability reporting. And in the near future, with the creation of ISP, and in the future, we will have a global standard for the sustainability reporting, then I think it's going to create more confidence, yeah, on the practitioner to issue the assurance, yeah, on the sustainability. Why? Because in order to issue a good quality reporting on the assurance on sustainability reporting, definitely we will need a good reporting standards, yeah, for the preparers to prepare a good quality sustainability reporting. The same thing like financial statements. Yeah, with the financial statements, we have IFRS, which is the global accounting standards, and the auditors will do the audits, yeah, in accordance with the standards within Indonesia, in accordance with the ACCA, which already adopt the IFRS. So that's similar thing, yeah. So I would like to share what will be the benefits, yeah, of seeking sustainability assurance service. First, obviously, it will ensure the credibility, reliability, and accuracy of non-financial disclosure in annual or in the integrated reports I think some of the companies right now, they are still disclose their sustainability information in their annual report. Some of them, they create a separate sustainability report. The other one, it's going to strengthen the internal awareness of material sustainability risks and opportunities. Because I think Pak Arie already mentions, under the S1 and S2, the corporate will need to disclose the sustainability risks and opportunities. When the company needs to disclose sustainability risk and opportunity, then definitely they will strengthen the internal awareness about the material sustainability risk and opportunities. And the other thing, in order for the practitioner to provide the sustainability assurance, they are going to see the system, process, and internal control around the collections and reporting ESG data. Same thing like we perform the audit, we need to get the reliable data. We have to understand the system, the process, internal control on how the company generate the data to create the financial statement. This is the same thing. The assurer want to know the system, process, internal control used by the company to collect and report the ESG data. And this is going to allow the organizations to prepare for the mandatory ESG assurance when sometimes in the future it's coming into effect. And right now it's still voluntarily, but we don't never know that down in the road, the regulators, or in fact maybe more pressures from the investors, which require the corporate to obtain the assurance on their sustainability informations. And of course, it will allow the organization to benchmark their disclosure to best practice and enhance the overall quality of their sustainability disclosure. So now, EAP, as the institutions, where the members are the auditor practitioner, the accountant public, of course, in response to the future demand for extended external report and the related assurance engagement, and with our desire to serve public interest, I would like to share how EAP is responding. The first one, in December 2020, EAP formed Integrated Reporting Task Force, but in December 2021, this task force was renamed to Extended External Reporting Task Force. The task force comprised of 6 public accountants, 1 academicians, 1 corporate officer, and 1 subject matter expertise. So this already tells us, when we talk about the extended external reporting, then the practitioner cannot work alone. We have to involve the academicians, we have to involve the corporate, and also, of course, the subject matter expertise. And the objective of the task force is to develop technical and practical guidance to support the practitioners in providing assurance services on extended external reporting using the current assurance standards, which we have already SPA 3000, and we already issued the ED for the SPA 3000 revised, and also the future standards and guidance that EAP is going to develop and issue for the practitioner. And the second one, to create awareness on sustainability assurance through collaborations. I think collaboration is very important with the key stakeholder in sustainability ecosystem, such as our participations in today's event. So let me move to the next one. Which is the second response is EAP is proactively response to any invitations which are relevant to our provisions and also relevant to this subject ESG, to do a joint webinar, to be involved in focus group discussions, to meet with the OJK. We met with the group kebijakan sektor jasa keuangan terintegrasi as part of our audience, so they know what the profession is going to do, and we also know what the regulators are going to embrace, in terms of these hot topics. And we also participate in the B20 webinar, and recently we also participate in the joint webinar, AFA, EAP, and GICPA on the state of play in sustainability assurance. So this just to give you a picture, the importance of the collaborations and the importance of willingness, to participate in the joint webinars and FGD, because through that we learn. I think we learn from the other participant, we learn from the other PAO, which is very important for all the associations to embrace this journey together. And the second one, we also start. I think the communications. We think that the communications to the stakeholders, to let them know on what ERP is responding, in terms of preparing the practitioner ready for the future of the assurance. We feel that is very important, to communicate, and one of the communication media is through newsletter. So about a couple months ago, we issue our first newsletter, which basically just to tell the readers about what ERP is doing and what ERP is going to do in the near future. And for you who are interested to see the newsletter, you can download in the ERP website, or if you get the material, we already provide the link, so you can just click and you can get the access to the newsletter. And now I think the most important topic that I have to communicate to the audience today, which is about the development of the assurance standard. So recently, right now, we already have ISAI 3000 or SPA 3000. In Indonesia, we call it SPA 3000. But the SPA 3000 that we have right now is not the SPA 3000 revised. However, the good news, ERP has just recently issued the exposure draft on the SPA 3000 adopted from ISAI 3000 revised. And this ISAI 3000 revised is very important for us to adopt, because we are going to also adopt the non-authoritative guidance. At the same time, we are going to finalize the ISAI 3000. The non-authoritative guidance itself is already completed. It's actually the task force, the ER task force, who completed the draft of the non-authoritative guidance, as now is being reviewed by the KAISP, which is the implementation committee in ERP. And the plan is we are going to finalize the ISAI 3000 revised and also the guidance on applying SPA 3000 revised around December this year, or if we need more time, perhaps in January 2023. But right now, we are in the process of getting the comments, because the ED for the SPA 3000 have been launched. So we are actually looking for the comments, from the stakeholder until 11 November, 2022. And between now until 11 November 2022, the standard setter is planning to have one public expose, to introduce the SPA 3000s. So the other important things, if you look at the green box, the ISAI 3410, assurance engagement on greenhouse gas statements, ERP have not adopted this, but is already in the process of being developed by the standard setters. The plan is to issue the ED in December 2022, or at the latest, the ED will be issued in January 2023 for the ISAI 34110, assurance engagement on greenhouse gas statements. We believe that this standard will be relevant standard for addressing a growing demand from stakeholders for trusted carbon emission information. This is certainly in line with our government's target to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29% by 2030 with our own efforts, or even higher percentage, 41%, with international support, and then to achieve a net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner. So therefore, EAP see the urgency to issue this ESI 3410 as soon as possible. Yeah. So let me move to the next slide. Yeah. So this is just to give you actually I think the first page, yeah, of the draft exposure standard professional akuntan publik that we already launched to the public, yeah. And the second one, this is the draft panduan, yeah. We don't want to call authoritative guidance, yeah, because we think it sounds like, oh, it's not authoritative, but actually the spirit, yeah, of the non-authoritative or the panduan, the spirit, if it is just a panduan, yeah, so it's not a mandatory. If the standard is mandatory, but the panduan is just a panduan, it's just a guidance to help the practitioner to implement, to apply the SPA 3000, yeah, revise, yeah. And the next one, I would like, yeah, to explain a little bit, yeah, about this guidance. And because of the limited amount of time, of course, I won't have time to explain the SPA 3000 or the guidance in details, because we will need actually maybe one day sessions, yeah, to really walk through the standard and also walk through the non-authoritative guidance. So it should be maybe a separate class, yeah. It's not possible to do it in 30 minutes, but I want to highlight what will be the important things, yeah, for the professions to perform the assurance under the ESI 3000, yeah. So the first one, yeah, definitely as the professions, we have to have a competence, right? Whatever we do, we have to have competence. If we do not have competence, then we should not do it, yeah, because what we do is actually to ensure that the public trust us. Yeah, so the first one is the competence and capabilities. The competence needed to perform EER or extended external reporting assurance engagement. It includes two competence. The first one is assurance competence. This is a competence in assurance skills and techniques. This is the skills that probably for many of the auditors already have, yeah, the assurance skills. And the second one is the subject matter competence. This is competence in the underlying subject matters of the engagement, or we can call it practitioner experts. Yeah, for me, as the practitioners in auditing, yeah, which I have 30 years experience as the auditors, I may have the assurance competence, but I do not have, yeah, the subject matter competence. So if I want to do this, I have to engage, yeah, the subject matter expertise. I have to use specialists, yeah, to do it. Yeah. So by the way, I forget to make a correction during the introduction, because in the introduction, Belinda mentioned that formerly I was the partner of the KPMG or Kamarudin and Rekan. Actually, until today, I still work with KPMG as still the partner of Kamarudin and Rekan. Yeah, I forget to clarify that at the beginning. Yeah. So this one, with my 30 years experience as the auditor, the assurance skills include, yeah, the applications of my professional judgment and professional skepticism. As the audit partners, this is actually like my blood, yeah, that I have to continually, yeah, exercise professional judgment and skepticism. I have to inform my team the importance of professional judgment and skepticism. And the second one, yeah, the other skill set, yeah, assurance skill set is the planning and performing assurance engagement, including, yeah, obtaining, evaluating the evidence. As the auditors, we are required to obtain the audit evidence, yeah, and then we have the skill sets, yeah, when we got the data, what we need to do with the data, yeah. Although the data in the EER assurance or in the sustainability assurance could be different, because Pak Manish mentioned when we perform that one, the data can be video, it can be maybe publications, not necessarily some things that we can actually see it in the paper. So this is very exciting. I don't know, how we can do it, but it's going to be a real thing, It's a process that we may have to learn, if we want to do the assurance on sustainability. And the other important thing is understanding, information system and the role and limitation of internal control. I think this is definitely very important, because for performing the sustainability assurance, we have to get the data. We have to know how the corporate generate the data, what internal control they have in place to ensure that the data generated by them are reliable. And the other thing also to linkage the consideration of materiality and engagement risk to nature, timing, and extent of procedures. And we also need to apply procedures as appropriate to the engagement that will include like what we do in the audit, inquiry to the management, inspections of the supporting documents, sometimes recalculations, reperformance, observations, confirmations, and also analytical procedures. So the other important things that probably the auditors have to upskill is the writing skill. Because when we perform the audit, we render the audit opinion. Most of the audit opinion, the wordings are standardized. Although now we have CAM, which we have to also upskill, the skills in writing to write the CAM. So this is the same thing, because I think how we articulate, in form of the writing, that's another skill set that the profession, especially for the auditors who are going to enter into this journey, to upskill their ability, to enhance their writing skill, their communication skill, basically, verbal communication skill, and also writing communication skill. So I think that's the competence. And about the professional skepticism, I think the professional skepticism, all of us know, this is about the questioning mind. So when we get the evidence, we have to have a questioning mind. And being alert. If we see something that is not right or something is not consistent with our understanding, so this is part of professional skepticism that I truly believe that we need to still exercise, and effect maybe more when we do the assurance on sustainability reporting. And the other one also, of course, professional judgment. The applications of the relevant training, knowledge, and experience within the context provided by assurance and ethical standards, in order for us to make the informed decisions about the course of actions that are appropriate in the circumstances of the engagement. So with that, as the professions, especially when we are going to apply the assurance using the SPA 3000 or ISAI 3000, which is the standards under the ISB, International Auditing and Assurance Standards, we are also bound with the code of ethics issued by the ISBA. So we have to ensure our integrity, objectivity, professional competence, and due care in providing the assurance engagement. So when we talk about this, actually there are two levels of assurance. Limited assurance, which will form a negative form of expression. So I think in the context of the historical financial statement, this one may be close to the review, the review engagement, the review of the financial statement, review of historical financial statement. Because on the review engagement of historical financial statement, we provide some form of negative form of expressions. Versus reasonable assurance, which we will form a positive form expression. So if I resonate it to the audit, it's like we deliver the audit opinion. So this one we deliver the assurance opinion, which is a reasonable assurance, which form the positive form of expressions. So based on the recent limited research performed by ERP on 50 listed entity, based on market capitalization as of 31st March 2022, it was revealed that 36% of those reporting have limited assurance. Yeah. None of them have reasonable assurance. So at this moment in Indonesia, if we look at the sustainability reporting who already have assurance on it, still zero on the reasonable assurance, and most of it is a limited assurance. In my personal view, the main reason that those reporting have limited assurance only, none of them have reasonable assurance, I think is because the sustainability or ESG reporting in Indonesia and also the assurance, it's still new, is not mature yet at this moment, and the market understanding on the costs and benefits of having assurance are still very limited. However, considering the pressure from investor community to have a trusted sustainability reporting, I'm also of the view that in the long run, as the companies are more mature in their governance, process, and controls to produce robust and timely information, and at the same time, the public accountants who will provide the assurance engagement will be better equipped with technical and practical experience in providing the assurance services, there will be a movement from limited assurance to reasonable assurance at some point of time in the future. It may not be 3, 4, or 5 years from now, but at some point, a thing like just an audit of the financial statement, the users of the sustainability reporting at some point of time may want to have a more assurance on it. So they may ask the movement from limited assurance, if in the past maybe they are okay with limited assurance, but along the way they may seek for a higher degree of assurance, which is a reasonable assurance. And I would like to touch about the roadmap development of the standards. So as I mentioned earlier, we already issue the exposure draft. So the target to have the commentary, we are going to close on the 11th November. We are going to do our best effort to seek the comment as much as possible. We are going to proactively seeking from various stakeholders such as regulators, corporates, practitioners, and associations. And we are also going to conduct the limited hearing, or public hearing, sometimes this month or maybe early November before the close of the commentary period, which is 11 November 2022. The target is by the end of December or early January 2023, we will be able to release ISAI 3000 revised or SPA 3000 revisi together with the guidance on the guidance to perform the EER engagement using the SPA 3000s. Because this is guidance, we are not required to issue the exposure draft. So the plan that we just going to issue that documents together with the SPA 3000 revisi. And for the ISAI 34110, we are planning to issue the ED in December 2023, and hopefully we will be able to finalize in March 2023. So that's the roadmap of development of the standards. And this is several actually bullet points that I would like to convince why the public accountants should play a key role in sustainability assurance. The first one that I already mentioned, we have the assurance skill set brought from the assurance and auditing of financial informations. And we also follow the Code of Professional Ethics issued by ISBA and governed by the System of Quality Control, and in the near future by the System of Quality Management issued by ISB. However, although we have the assurance skill set, we cannot feel comfortable with that, because we know this is a different landscape. Yeah, so public accountants need to enhance additional skills such as business acumen skills, communication and presentation skills, writing skill, and I think another important thing is the use of technology and data analytics. So public accountants need to have trainings on the sustainability related matters, including relevant reporting framework and standards. So with that, this is the end of my presentations, but in closing, I would like to leave two things. The first one, the time is now actually, yeah, for organizations to disclose ESG performance in a way that matters and trusted by key stakeholders. And the second one, it is critical for the public accounting professions to remain relevant and be future ready to enter this exciting opportunity in sustainability assurance and continue serving the public interest. Because many of the audience today are students, are accounting students. At this opportunity, I would like to also convey a message that the professions need you. Yeah, we need you. Yeah, to embrace. Yeah, the public accounting professions. Yeah, because this is the professions which is the most trusted, and we need public accountants in order to support, yeah, the business and the development, yeah, of the country, yeah, including actually the ESG. This is the exciting time for the students, for the accounting students to enter into the professions, whether you are going to be the accountants or public accountants. Yeah, at the end, accountants and public accountants need to work collaboratively. Yeah, the message is the students, you for all of you as the students, yeah, you need to be resilient to face these challenging situations, but I'm pretty sure you can do it. Yeah, so with that, this is the end of my presentations. Enjoy, yeah, the seminar, and I wish you all the best. So thank you for listening my presentations, and I pass it back again, this platform, to Belinda. So let me stop share the screen.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Kusumaningsih, for the really wonderful insight and the closing statement. The professions need you. So for all of you guys in here who want to contribute in making the sustainability assurance and how public accountant can make a role in sustainability assurance also, do follow what Bu Kusumaningsih has mentioned for us. Thank you, Bu Kusumaningsih, for the wonderful insight. Before we go into the very end of sessions, which is the Q&A sessions, we're gonna move to the very third speakers. Our third speaker was Mr. Yanto Kamarudin. Maybe okay. Mr. Yanto Kamarudin was a partner at PwC, is an experienced auditor currently working as a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers Indonesia. He was graduated from the Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia with an accounting bachelor's degree in 1994 and a taxation master's degree in 2006. He started his career a year before he graduated in 1994 when he worked as a supervisor for Coopers & Lybrand Indonesia. And now he is working both as a lecturer for University of Indonesia, where he has worked since 1995, and as a partner for PwC, which started in 1998. Mr. Kamarudin has an extensive experience in auditing in the energy, utilities, and mining industries, also in managing multi-locations engagements. Okay, without further ado, are we already connected with Pak Kamarudin? Sorry, Pak Kamarudin, I think you are muted.
Okay, thank you, Belinda. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you, Pak?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good too. Thank you so much for coming for the third session, Pak. So without further ado, the screen and time is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Probably I need to correct a few CP, but I started working for after the merger of Kusumaningsih and PW. I moved to PwC as a merge firm, not as a partner yet. That's why it's not.
Okay.
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 You put me PhD, but I think I'm not a PhD yet, but I think I already finished my PhD degree, but I'm waiting approval from the University Senate in one of university in Malaysia, so I cannot use the PhD yet until probably next week. I need to clarify that because otherwise, like, if someone saw me that I'll be in a big problem, I guess.
Okay, thank you so much for the revisions. Sorry
Okay,
for
no
the
problem.
yeah.
Can you please share the slide?
Okay, maybe operator, please help the slide.
Wait, can you see my slide? If they cannot, yeah, I just share my slide.
I can, yes, I
yeah.
can.
Yeah, rather than waiting for them, I just use my slide, I think.
I can see your slide, Pak Yanto.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my title now is the role of auditors in climate risk because I think as everyone talking about ESG, but as an auditor, I have separated in two different parts because one is auditor. Our main job is to audit financial information. So there's an impact of climate risk in financial reporting as well as an auditor when we audit the financial information. And the second part will be ESG that has been discussed by previous speakers. And as a fourth speaker, I think my life is much easier because most of them has been discussed by Pak Manish or Pak Arie or Kusumaningsih actually. I think I put a background because I think you may have read the news like in Pakistan, there's like a devastating flood. It's all caused by global warming, so it's caused by climate change. And then if you ask whether entities or business entities are impacted by climate risk, climate change, people say, okay, some no, the other yes, but in reality, most if not all entities will be impacted by climate risk or global climate change. Some may be in a most effective, but the other may be less effective. For example, like energy, transportation, agriculture sector may be are all sectors that will be impacted most, and other maybe to a certain extent much less. For example, like what's impact to the business? For example, like a drought in Germany back in I cannot recall a few years ago, basically increased certain agriculture prices by 15% and reduced yield by 16%. So for businesses, this is not really great because the production is basically decreasing. And to customer, it's not really great because the high price, the agriculture prices could be up by 50% if the company's cost of production rise by 50%. So the customer will also bear the cost. That's why it impacts our business actually. That's why we can conclude that climate risk basically will impact the business model of a company, operation, financing, as well as attracting new investment in customer, which we will discuss a bit later. Okay. This is my first part that climate risk, or if you talk about ESG, environmental, how they will impact the financial reporting. Because the climate risk will impact the business model, so it means that it will impact financial reporting. The objective of financial reporting is to provide financial information about the reporting entity that is useful to existing and potential investors, lenders, and other creditors in making decisions. Information is considered material if omitting, misstating, or obscuring it may be expected to influence decisions made by users of financial statement. Because climate change can affect user decision making, we can assume that climate change information can be deemed as material information and therefore warrant disclosure in financial statement regardless of their numerical impact. However, there is no explicit phrase like climate change in CPSAK, TISAK, or IFRS. Companies, because of that, companies can apply IFRS practice statement number 2, making materiality judgment if the effect of climate change is material when prepared its financial statement. When a company prepares its financial statement. This is I list down a few standards that may be affected by climate change, like IAS 1, presentation of financial statement, IAS 2, inventories, IAS 16, property, plant, and equipment, IAS 36, impairment of asset, IFRS 9, financial instrument, IFRS 13, fair value measurement, and there's many others. I'll give you example like inventories. Recently, the government of Indonesia imposed a carbon tax for companies. But yeah, luckily until today, it's still been postponed, the implementation of that regulation. But assuming that it has been applied to the company, it has been implementing, it means that the cost of inventory could be increased, and like other speakers like Pak Manish or Pak Arie and Manish said that the demand for greener products is will be higher because it's more sustainable. It means that the inventory that contain more, what call it a carbon-based material could be reducing, and therefore there could be an NRV issues for the inventory that the preparer of financial statement need to be considered.
Kamarudin, sorry.
Yeah.
The slide of yours is quite freezing here. Maybe the operator from our committee can help to share screen, Pak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe the operator can share screen. Okay.
Go back to this slide, please.
Previous slide, operator.
Yeah. The other example is that property, plant, and equipment. You know that right now there is a national determined contribution by each country when they try to reduce carbon, to close or to reduce greenhouse gas, and therefore some countries may need to reduce to close their coal-fired power plant. It means that the power plant, the depreciation should be accelerated, for example. So the policy may impact depreciation expense because the useful life of the asset, maybe because of by regulation, should be reduced from, for example, 30 years to 20 or to 15. So it may impact their depreciation expense, for example. Others like, for example, like the increased demand for greener product basically may cause a company which sell what we call it carbon or like a carbon-based product demand declining. declining of the demand for the product is an impairment indicator, and therefore the preparer should the reporting company should basically review whether there is an indicator of impairment or not. And if yes, they need to calculate whether the recoverability of the assets, the fixed asset, is still exceeds the carrying value of those assets. Otherwise, it should be impaired. That's why climate risk or climate change may impact a lot of standard whereby companies prepare their financial statements. This is only a few examples. You can go down to the list, but I don't think we have time today. Next slide, please. So that's from the preparer side. How about the auditors? For the auditors, there's many standards here. This is only among others that maybe Buningsih know better than me, because this is like I put only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but actually there's a lot of more standards that could be impacted. But I just try to give you some perspective. If the climate risk impacted basically the accounting standard or reporting, so it may impact the auditing standard. For example, I give you example. For example, like ISA 250, consideration of laws and regulation in an audit of financial statement. I use the same example, like the company has to comply with a new undang-undang pajak, a new tax law that has a carbon tax. They need to pay carbon if they sell or they use like coal fire electricity from coal fire and sell it, and then they need to input the carbon tax. It will directly have impact because the cost of goods sold increase, for example. But sometimes regulation doesn't have a direct impact to the financial statement, but the consequences can be directly impact. For example, maybe a company needs to comply with environmental law, but they did not comply with the law, and the consequences of that, the license to operate can be terminated. If that's the case, there's a going concern issue that an auditor needs to be considered. That's why you need, as an auditor, as an accounting student, if you work as an auditor, you need to think with this climate risk or climate change, what's the impact? Because if they impact the accounting, and because your auditor who audit the final statement, yeah, directly you would need to consider it what's the impact, and then it may impact your risk assessment, whether this company, like I said, whether the company, because of it violates the regulation, there is a going concern issue you need to consider, or they need to pay a significant fine by the government, so they need to consider whether they have accrued or not during the audit. I think there's a lot of standard that can impact it that you need to think. So it's not really that simple. Okay, then it's not really climate risk. It's a non-financial information. It's related more on non-financial information. It's not related to financial information. They related each other. Next, please. I think I talk it from an investor perspective. I'm already talking about the financial reporting and auditing. Now it's more on the ESG, like Manish already explained in detail what's different between ESG and sustainability reporting. So I don't want to discuss it again. I think those ESG reportings are based on UN 17 SDGs, because in 2015, basically, United Nations proposed 17 sustainable development goals, and among others, to protect the planet from degradation, including through sustainably managing its natural resources and taking urgent action on climate change to protect the present and future generation. And as a result, many private sectors, such as in 2019 Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, pledged that they will invest US dollar 2.3 billion in carbon neutral investment by 2050. The other example is like basically in COP26 last year in Glasgow, Nordic and British pension fund committed to invest US dollar 130 billion to a more greener investment by 2030. So because of this, many companies basically changed the investment allocation. Like other speaker has said that they want to invest in a more sustainable investment. Next, please. And then, is it really that the case, or that investor is taking seriously about ESG reporting? PwC performed a survey in 2021. We call it PwC 2021 Global Investor Survey. The result of the survey is summarized here. ESG is becoming a critical component of investment decision making. For example, like 78% board members and senior executives agree that strong ESG performance contribute to organization value and or financial performance. 82% of investors agree that companies should embed ESG directly into their corporate strategy. And 49% said that they are willing to divest from companies that aren't taking sufficient action on ESG issues. So this is a global survey, but maybe like Kusumaningsih said, that Indonesia maybe it's not really it's new, but I think globally this is the result. And even 75% of investors agree that companies should address ESG issue, even if doing so reduce short-term profitability. Investor doesn't concern about short-term profitability; they want long-term profitability, as mentioned by Manish, for example, like in Unilever. Maybe it costs them in the short term, but they want to see a long term rather than short term. And the other survey said that 79% basically said that they said that the importance of how a company manages ESG risk and opportunity is an important factor in their investment decision making. I think that show that from the investor side, this is the voice of the investor. They want to see a strong ESG companies that put value on ESG, not on profitability or short-term profitability. Next, please. What is the matter for the company? There's at least four. At least this is a PwC view because I'm from PwC. I think more or less, but I think Kusumaningsih only touched a little bit about this as well, because ESG reporting could present a better proposition of the company towards stakeholders. First is build trust. I think Kusumaningsih said that you improve the corporate reputation and reinforcement of the company license to operate with higher quality data and standardized ESG reporting process system and internal control. Second is the better transparency, because like Pak Manish said, reporting was material to your business using established standard and responding to stakeholder demand and current and future regulation. On top of this, an opportunity, holistic view of the companies as the basis of the right decision by shareholder and other stakeholders. Sometimes people see ESG as a risk, but actually it's an opportunity. Manish already mentioned about Unilever, other company, because I'm energy. My specialization is energy. I talk about some company in energy sector, for example, like Ørsted. Ørsted is a Denmark energy company. In 2008, their business portfolio is 85 fossil fuel, 15% renewable. But by 2020, they're able to change entirely their business, so they transform the entire business to the other way around, become 85% renewable and 15% fossil fuel. And in the future, they try to reduce it 15% to much lesser number. The last thing is that this increased value, like but many speakers already said that, it's a business opportunity, improve employee engagement, rating access to funding, when ESG criteria included in external reporting. I can tell you example with my experience. A few years ago, there's a two coal company, try to get a global funding from global, and they try to issue global bonds. One company was able to explain the ESG strategy. The other one cannot, although they are both in the coal mining, which is considered bad company, not what call it? It's considered not a green company. The other one who was able to explain the ESG strategy get much lower interest rate compared to the one who was not able to explain it. So they get penalized. That's why ESG information is so critical when you did the financing. But if you compare it to another company, a renewable company, which did the same thing, issue a global bonds, they get even a much lower interest rate compared to the one who was able to explain it. It means that people value green investment better than a big brown investment. What is the source of ESG information? I think annual reports, investor presentation, third-party data, press release, and report. There's a lot of things to get how to get the ESG information. Next, please. I think everyone talked about this already. In Indonesia, there's a POJK 51 and there's OJK 16/2021. Basically, sustainability report share at least consists of company sustainability strategy, overview of economic sustainability aspect, like economic aspect, environmental aspect, and social aspect, company profile, blah, blah, dan etc. And I try just to benchmark about closer region like Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. Everyone it seems that they have like more stringent rule. Even like Singapore try to use a TCFD framework already, and then similar with Malaysia. Because of this, I'm expecting that OJK will move toward those areas as well to get a more robust disclosure on climate risk as well as other ESG reporting aspects. So probably we're going to expect the same way that although Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong is more advanced, but I believe that in the near future, Indonesia will be catch up with compared to those regions. Next, please. I think everyone already talked a lot. There's a bunch of framework and standard, but maybe the current one is ISD. That's why I don't want to discuss it in more detail. Next, please. I think this is similar slide by Manish. Basically, IFRS do a two survey in 2021 and 2022, basically is a 1,400 largest company across the G20 economies, plus Singapore and Hong Kong. And then there's a slightly improvement, 92% in 2020 reported companies from 1,400 companies reported that some of the ESG information compared to 91, and 58% obtained some level of assurance compared to 51% in 2019. So there's more assurance has been done in 2022 compared to 2019. I think that's a good sign. And like we had mentioned, that 82% basically was limited in nature. It's slightly down 83%. I think also is good. It's a good sign, yeah, because it means that there's an increase. 70% ESG reporting was assured using reasonable assurance, moved to 18%. So at least there's 1% increase in 1 year. It means that there's more demand to have a ESG reporting to be assured using reasonable assurance. I think it's a good sign that in the future there will be more and more with ESG reporting being assured using a reasonable assurance. Okay, like the other mentioned that 61% basically assured by audit firm, slightly down. So basically, instead of auditor play a more role, but instead there's a declining role. And then the majority applied ISAI 3000 for audit firm, because as an audit firm, what we can apply is basically ISAI 3000. Although sometimes we use other standard, but what we understand more is the ISAI 3000 is issued by International Auditing Standard Board. Next, please. I use the 2019 data to give you a more detailed deep dive that the application of ESG reporting and whether they are audited or not, or sure or not, is fragmented across the region, G20 plus Singapore and Hong Kong. France, 100% of the top 100 companies basically reported some kind of ESG reporting, and the assured is 96%, and audit firm basically play a greater role, a very greater role, like 98%. We compare to Indonesia, from 50 companies, 90% have some of ESG reporting, but rate of ESG assurance only like 20%, whereby auditors only perform the assurance about 33% of those companies. You look at Saudi Arabia, 52%, but rate of ESG assurance is only 7.7%, but it's all the assurance are all performed by audit firm. That's why it's like so fragmented across the region. Next. If you look at the standard use, the majority is GRI, you look at it compared to others. But if you sum, for example, like Argentina is basically more than 100%, because it means that one standard ESG reporting can use a multiple standard. I think it's not really unusual, because I've seen that one company can use GRI in combination of SASB, in combination of other standards, because of the requirement from their stakeholders. And then please be mindful that ESG reporting is not like a financial statement. If you are able to use multiple standard or framework within one ESG reporting because of the stakeholder need. For example, like your main is a GRI, and because you have invested in America who are more used to it using a SASB, they will require you to do a SASB. But if you compare the standard and SASB, some of them are basically the same, although the wording could be different. And therefore, the company usually do a reconciliation with what additional information based on the other standard that they need to include. So it doesn't mean that if you use two standards, basically they're all entirely different. They have some common, they have a great commonality, and then you just add whatever missing based on those other standards. And also, I need to emphasize as well, performing assurance on ESG reporting is totally different with performing auditing for financial information. For financial information, you need to comply a specific financial reporting framework, TISAK, IFRS. In the ESG reporting, you may report GRI standard. GRI standard, I don't know, I cannot recall, 80-something disclosure you have to make. But when an auditor performs assurance on those GRI standard, you don't have to assure entire GRI standard. You can only assure like 10, but you need to put it the list of GRI standard you assure, not entirely. So it's a totally different with auditing financial information. I just want to make it clear, but it's a totally different assignment and totally different way of doing an assurance process between financial statement and ESG reporting. Next, please. I think I already mentioned about GRI. I think that's all from me. If you have any question, yeah, please put it in the chat or you can ask me directly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Kamarudin, for the wonderful insight regarding the role of auditing in climate risk. And yeah, without further ado, maybe we can come to our next last speakers before we jump into our Q&A sessions. Thank you so much once again, Pak Kamarudin.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so our last speaker was Bu Rama Kurnia.
Hello.
Halo, sorry, Pak Rama Kurnia.
It's okay.
Wait for a second. Okay, Pak Rama Kurnia was secretary at IIA Indonesia or Institute of Internal Auditing Indonesia. Since 2010, he has worked at ASEAN Migas and currently serves as internal audit specialist. He started his career in 2006 by working at KPMG Indonesia up to senior auditor level in auditor level. In addition, he is also a director of institutional relations ACCA Indonesia chapter. His last education was graduated with a master in accounting internal audit from the University of Indonesia in 2016 with cum laude predicate. Since 2021, he has been a lecturer of internal auditing at the Master Program in Accounting, University of Indonesia, and lecturer of Forensic Accounting and Investigation Audit at Unika Atmajaya, Jakarta. He is experienced in the applications of internal audit practices, investigations, data analytics, and digital forensics. So, do we already connected with Pak Rama?
Hello, Belinda.
Hello, Pak Rama.
Yeah.
How are you, Pak, today?
Fine, Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. Yeah. Without further ado, Pak Rama, the screen and time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Belinda. It is always a good time for me to come, although in virtual, to FEBUI, my only campus. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Recording stopped.
Especially for all the speakers, Pak Manish, Pak Arie, Bu Kusumaningsih, Pak Yanto. And also, I want to greet everybody, all the students and all the participants. We hope this presentation is very useful for you. Oh yeah, and today I also wear a traditional batik, which you can see that this is a special pattern from East Kalimantan. Yeah, the message is always remember about the environment. Yeah, promote your local culture or beautiful culture of Indonesia, and always act with sustainability. And last but not least, salute to all ATV committee. You already concerned and choose a wise topic about the ESG as the main topic. Yeah, you are cool, everybody. And let me bring the presentation about the ESG in the terms of internal audit perspective, and also the related literature from the overseas internal audit literature. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes,
Is it moving?
Pak Rama.
Yes.
Is it moving? Yeah.
We can see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will start my presentation with a survey from the World Economic Forum in 2022, yeah, about the 10 most severe risk, global risk. Yeah. And as you can see that the top 8 of the risk is about the environmental and societal. So the climate action, which maybe some of you have feel it in the last week about the climate, yeah, the extreme weather, the biodiversity loss, the social cohesion crisis, infectious disease, which we already still face it. Yeah, this is a phase about the several risk, about the global risk, not just the economical risk. The main risk is maybe about the debt crisis. Yeah, about then this is a wake up call for us. Yeah. Okay, maybe I will never I will skip about this definition because the previous speakers already mentioned about it. But I think one of the statement that we have to agree that the COVID-19, yeah, this is a illustrate how about the ESG will affect us the last 2 years. Yeah, we change of the way of our business, the way our interaction with others, and I think this is a game changer, and this is a next level. Not just we can go back about to present our life like before the COVID-19. Yeah, and Pak Yanto allow me to use the PwC presentation about the ESG. This is about the ESG reporting scope. Yeah, as you can see that the pillar is about environmental, social, and governance. In environmental, we can see about the climate change, natural resource, water usage, carbon emission, toxic emission, packaging material, electronical waste. Yeah, everything that maybe all of things is happen in your daily life in your home. This is about the environmental pillar, and about the social pillar is about human capital, health and safety, chemical safety, product liability, access to the finance, to the healthcare, privacy and data security. Yeah, and social opportunity, and stakeholder opposition. And about the governance, maybe all of you, the student already learn in the class about the corporate governance, yeah, about the business ethics, corporate behavior, tax transparency, and also accounting, your main course. Yeah, this is a not just a three pillar, but I think this three pillar is combined to be the good reporting about the ESG, the non financial reporting. Yeah. In the terms of the risk, yeah, because the internal audit profession is always looking about the risk base. Yeah. I'm using the paper from the IIA Global about the risk landscape. Yeah. The major risk about the ESG is about the credibility of the organization which already reporting about the ESG. If they use the inappropriate indicators or inappropriate frameworks, yeah, and then invalid or misleading information which presented to the stakeholder. very or over optimistic assumption set in the reporting, and or reporting beyond the minimum standard, and maybe it makes the stakeholder is curious about why we report below the standards, and misalignment with the risk, because ESG reporting is might be aligned with the financial disclosure, because they are the part of the non-financial disclosure, and also maybe this is a danger too. If the company sees an ESG as a box ticking or checklist only, just to meet the compliance, but not in the way they operate. And then they also see as an additional effort, as additional homework, not just the way they perform their activities. Yeah. And how about the benefit of addressing the ESG risk? First, the investment and asset optimization, since we concern about the ESG factor, yeah, and also we can improve about the compliance with the government and the regulation, and when we use the efficient energy and clean energy, we might able to reduce the operational cost. And also, like Pak Manish said about the growth, the financial performance graph in his presentation, that the implementation of ESG might increase the growth of the company, because the stakeholder preference will increase to the company. And also the productivity will be increased from the employee satisfaction, since our company concerned about the ESG, especially the society. Nah, now about the internal audit profession. This is the standard of internal auditing. We call it the International Professional Practice Framework, the IPPF. And our mission as an internal auditor globally, we want to enhance and protect the organizational value by providing risk-based and objective assurance, insight, and advice. So that's why I talked about the internal auditor. The internal auditor always concerned about the risk and risk management. Okay. Now, talk about the risk management and internal auditing. We use a framework that might be you already know, the three-lens model, which developed by the IIA Global. The internal audit is in the third line. We are the independent assurance inside the organization. We report to the governing body, such as a board of or board of director and senior management. We coordinate with the management, the first line and the second line. The first line may be the operational division. The second line is the risk management, the quality control, the environmental department, the compliance department. And then we report our audits as eyes and ears to the governing body. We are the part of the oversight function, and we work independently, not included in the management. So, sorry. Okay. What about the internal audit roles related to ESG? Of course, the main course, yeah, about internal audit is assurance. We provide audit related to the ESG risk and the ESG implementation, or when the organization doesn't have the ESG, but have the board has initiative about the ESG. Maybe we can give an advisory or consultation how to implement according with the current standard, and implement also the controls. Advocacy, maybe we can set the initiative to lead the organization to perform ESG reporting. Convener, we might coordinate the related function with impact to the ESG reporting to implement across function in the organization. And the capacity building, it means we identify the current capabilities of the organization, and then we seek the opportunities to improve how the ESG reporting can impact to the stakeholders. And now maybe this is our concern about for the internal auditor about the greenwashing. What is greenwashing? Greenwashing is about a practice or a product that considered to be green and sustainable while they're ignoring the contribution to the climate change, to the sustainability development, such as biodiversity on environmental pollution. Some product we think they are green, but not actually green. Yeah, and how we can prevent the greenwashing itself. First, we ensure the integration of the risk management, internal control in the ESG reporting process. So we have to apply the standards or the guidance about the risk and control in the ESG area. Also, as an auditor, we have to audit and make assurance in this aspect, yeah, for the ESG area. And by continuously, we have to identify and address if there is a misstatement to prevent or to detect any greenwashing. In the details here, this is the combine about the COSO ERM framework and the ESG related risk. As you can see, there are five principles of the COSO, but it is implemented to the seven ESG related risk on the ERM framework. First, the governance about the commitment of the board to create the risk management and control about the ESG, and then they have to understand the context, business context, the strategy to enhance value and to achieve the purpose of the organization, and also the ESG purpose. And then they have to identify the risk, prioritize the risk, especially the significant risk, and respond or mitigate the risk to the certain level, and then review about the emerging risk, the control effectiveness, and then reporting to the board about the risk management related to the ESG. And then about the audit, the auditor must have focus on the accurate representation of data, yeah, for the organization ESG reporting. For the environmental, they have to evaluate the measurement indicators such as emission calculation or carbon accounting, and the social and the environmental impact. Yeah, for the social scope, maybe the auditor can involve some specialists with have abilities to review internal and external process or of human resources or human capital, and about the impact of the society around the organization. And for the scope of governance, they have to evaluate the corporate responsibilities, policy, risk priorities, process related to the decision making, and how the organization can impact the stakeholder, especially about the ESG. And the report must be truly reviewed by the internal auditor function or with the ESG specialist to ensure there is no material misstatement. And the third, about the greenwashing, this is the big concern about the how we can prevent, can we frequently identify and addressing the misstatement to prevent the greenwashing. First is selective disclosure. That might be the risk. For example, that reporting positive information regarding the product or services while they're hiding some negative data. Yeah, like some product claiming to be green based, but they forget about the how to produce the product that might be have still have impact to the environment. And then selective or symbolic action with maybe the company have draw attention to the minor issues without accompanying the meaningful effort to reduce the negative impact, yeah, such as the financing to the green financing, but they're still financing the non-green company, or the issue about the using the child labor, such as like that. And then why there is a greenwashing? Because there are inadequate internal control environment, especially the policy, methodology, and implementation, and also the supervision. And also there may be lack of assurance related to the ESG reporting. And also there are lack of training and understanding may be contribute of the greenwashing, and there are no or less reviewing the ESG data, and most of it may be the lack of implementation and commitment of the ESG reporting framework. And the way to assess is inventory the reporting. We have to measure and report the impact of the organization operation, such as carbon emission, biodiversity impact, and social equity. And then the impact of quantification, quantify the impact. Measuring the impact. We think what will happen if we don't measure and we don't invest in the ESG, and what the benefit when we already impact the impact to the stakeholders when we already implement the ESG. And also related to the fraud, I think this is a good literature from the ACFE. Then I think it's a wake up call for us, the auditor and the fraud investigator, because traditionally we already focus in the financial and the asset. The ACFE using the framework which is called the fraud tree, that we separated three big category of the fraud: corruption, asset misappropriation, and financial statement fraud. But today, the ACFE realized from the research that there also a new taxonomy of the fraud. The ESG fraud taxonomy might be the fourth category, the new one category called a non-financial reporting fraud. The sub category might be false labeling or advertising, like my previous slides in the greenwashing, false disclosure or representation, false certification or claim, and failure to disclose or report about the ESG. I think this is very serious, and as an auditor or risk management, we have to concern about the fraud risk related to the ESG. How the organization can increase their accountability related to the ESG? Maybe we can use the audit assertion, such accuracy. We have to have some efforts rigor as the financial reporting, that we have to ensure the accuracy of the data. Same like when we audit the financial statement, we have to ensure the full disclosure, the full picture, including the disclosure, yeah. And we only disclose about the legally belongs, and include disclose the obligation that might be settled in the future existence, especially this. We should only report the ESG matters that have occurred during the periods or related, yeah. Comparability. As the previous speaker said, that there will be a lot of standards, and we agree that when we have a standardized reporting framework, we will have able to compare about the ESG reporting within the industry, or comparability within the organization which already implemented the ESG. And how about the fraud risk management recommendation related to the ESG in accordance with the previous slide on the ESG as a new tree of the fraud tree? First of all, the fraud risk governance, the tone at the top. This is must be the first thing that the management or the board has to concern about the fraud risk related to the ESG. And then the senior management must define the role and responsibilities related to the ESG program and what will they disclose. And also use the ESG as a culture for the organization and the importance of the reporting. And for the fraud risk assessment process, like the enterprise risk assessment, there's conduct specific fraud risk assessment related to the ESG. And since the risk management is dynamic, they have to tailor the fraud taxonomy which related to the specific organization, the specific risk, and maybe conduct the workshop to the stakeholders since they have different perspective with us. And I think the view of the stakeholder will be additional information for us. And the fraud control activity, we have to create a strong disclosure and the reporting control, which means we have to ensure that the design of control and implementation is effective. Maybe we can integrate into the third-party risk management program. And like Bu Kusumaningsih said, we might implement the analytic or automation to ensure the effectiveness of control on the ESG fraud risk. In investigation and corrective action, of course, whistleblower reporting, which also related to the ESG. So the tip can the tip related to the ESG can be reported to the channel, and then really integrate the ESG reporting with the anti-bribery management system or anti-corruption programs. So there is a connectivity with the governance process. And for the monitoring, maybe the ESG will be the KPI and the key risk indicator, and also the management reporting about the ESG fraud risk, same like enterprise risk management. And there is a ESG fraud risk board or commission for evaluate the ESG implementation and risk related. Okay, about the climate, I think this is a true wake up call for us. Yeah, about the risk awareness must be the area also which have to be concerned to the audit committee and the board. Yeah. They're not enough if they're only concerned about the financial performance or the enterprise risk performance, but ESG risk has also be the part of the oversight area. And the auditor might be aware about opportunities to improve the effectiveness and efficiency in the organization. And as a trusted advisor has to support the strategic direction and to support the achievement of the purpose of the organization, and support the risk management solution, especially the ESG risk related, and concern about the climate related risk. And maybe this is the challenge for the profession to as a potential of the audit universe. So internal audit, not just performance, fraud risk, or financial related audit, but maybe the environmental audit is the new audit universe. And the internal auditor must upskill and become competent to assist the organization to achieve their ESG strategic objective. Okay. Okay, maybe this is my last slide. In assurance activities, I think the internal auditors clearly must carry out the risk-based audit, but specifically related to the ESG. and aware about the possibility if any greenwashing activities within the organization. And as a advisor or as insight provider, they have to able to support the maturity implementation of the ESG in the organization. And for the risk management, the internal auditors need to assess whether the significant risk or the emerging risk, including the fraud risk related to the ESG, has been identified and has already implement the adequate mitigation control. And organization can integrate the implementation, the internal control related to the ESG, the commonly applied the standard and guidelines, as the previous speaker said about the standard, such as the IFRS S1, S2, ISSB, POJK 51, and also dear my colleague, dear accounting student, remember you are accounting student, but you have to start to study and remember that study about the non-financial reporting, as Bu Desi said in the opening of this seminar, because this is also the important things about the next generation of the accounting student. They concern about the non-financial reporting and not just the financial reporting. Okay, that's all from me. I'll bring back to Belinda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rama, for the wonderful insight. I see the last sentences of your last slide. For the accounting students, you don't only to learn financial reporting, but also non-financial reporting. That was really true, Pak. Thank you so much for the insight, Pak. After this, maybe I will get the stages to the MC first to open the talk show sessions. So, MC, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the amazing presentations. Since there have been several questions from the participants, we will now proceed to the Q&A session.
To Ms. Belinda Zahra, we are pleased to have you to lead the session.
Okay, thank you so much, MC. So now after we hearing a lot of insight from our amazing 4 speakers today, we're gonna open a talk show sessions which consists of the question that's already being attached in the Q&A box and also being answered by all of the speakers. And if you have any questions, guys, please drop your questions to the Q&A box with the format name, strip institution, strip the speakers, or the speakers who you want to ask the questions to the Q&A box. So the first question that already appear in the question and answer box from Jocelyn from University of Indonesia for Mr. Arie Pratama. But if another speaker want to add any insight, feel free, Bapak Ibu. How is the readiness of the auditor when conducting audits on the sustainability report and how to minimize audit risk? Thank you, sir. Maybe Pak Arie already answered in the Q&A box, but maybe Pak Arie can explain verbally and following by other speaker if you, Bapak Ibu, want to add any insight of these questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Belinda, for the opportunity, and thank you also for Jesslyn for the question. So, about the readiness of the auditors. So, yeah, like as I state in my written answer, I think you should ask the questions to the auditor profession. Okay, so we have Ibu Kusumaningsih here who can explain about the readiness, because I'm not an auditor. So if I say ready or not ready, perhaps I don't have any robust base to answer that. But let's say for auditor, is it important also to learn about the new standard? My answer is yes. Why? Because this standard will integrate with also the financial reporting. Okay, so that means in the future, when we do an audit, not just we do a financial statement audit, okay, not just we check the accounting standard, but also we have to check the sustainability standard. Why? Because the vision or the view is the report or the disclosure of the sustainability will not become a separate report. Okay, it will be integrated into the notes of the financial statement. That means, naturally, when the auditor at that time audit the financial statement, it won't just audit the accounting. It also will audit the sustainability disclosure also. So that's why they need to learn and they need to understand. And my point of view about the audit itself for the sustainability is actually to determine whether the disclosure provided by the company have sufficiently explained about the governance, strategy, risk management, and target and metrics. So in general, do they follow the IFRS S1 or IFRS S2 when they disclose the sustainability related matters? Okay, the standard itself is like the IFRS, is a principle base. Therefore, the auditor also need to audit the preparer's assumption and method of judgment in preparing the sustainability reporting. Okay, because when they prepare that sustainability reporting, they have more assumption and also the method for them. Collecting data, for example, analyzing the data can be vary across industry. So we also need to audit that to ensure that the information provided is actually a robust and reliable one. So I think that's my answer for your question, Jesslyn.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Pratama. Maybe Bu Kusumaningsih have any insight about this?
Thank you, Belinda, and also Pak Arie. Actually, Pak Arie already explained a lot too. Maybe I'm just going to add. I think I also have similar questions too, yeah. From Agustin Palupi, I think similar question like the one that Jesselyn actually asked to Pak Arie. So the question is similar, yeah, about the readiness, yeah, of auditor, yeah. Honestly, if I think maybe it's not right if I say, oh yeah, we are ready. Yeah, definitely, it's not at that point yet. Yeah, but can we be ready? Yes. Yeah, we can. Yeah, but if are we 100% ready? I mean, for the majority of practitioner Indonesia for embracing this exciting opportunity, assurance on sustainability report, I think the answer, maybe we are not there yet, but we are in the journey actually to get there. Yeah. Why we are in the journey to get there? I think the association is fully aware. Yeah, from EIE. Yeah, they are aware that they also have to be at the front space with regards to the reporting standards. Yeah, that's why they form the task force. Yeah, the CCR task force, and also they are proactively, because I'm the member, yeah, of CCR task force. So I can share a little bit on how we embrace, okay, the formation of ISB, on how we embrace when we want to submit the comments. Yeah. So I think they are trying to get the profession ready, okay, because in order for us to be ready in here, first we have to have the standards, yeah, for the preparer to prepare a robust and good quality, yeah, sustainability reporting. Yeah, and of course, after later on, if somebody they adopt it, I'm sure, okay, they will have like socializations, training, etc. to get the profession ready. Same thing, yeah. Now we have the profession who's going to help on preparing the sustainability reporting. Then with the pressures, yeah, that they want a reliable, yeah, sustainability reporting, then they will need assurance. ERP, yeah, is the one who's going to play a key role to get the profession ready, yeah, to embrace this assurance opportunity. And how to get ready, I think I already explained the same thing, yeah. First, we have to have standards. That's why we are catching up. Yeah, actually, we are catching up and put the assurance standard into priority. Yeah, the ESI 3000 revised, the ESI 3410, and also the guidance, that's become our strategic priority, that we want that to be released by this year or early next year. Yeah, we have many standards actually to catching up, but we put this one into priority. Yeah, why? Because once the standard issued, then we can start doing the PPL, socializations, yeah, workshop, etc. Yeah, so that's from the bigger, yeah, from the institutions, but it comes back again to individual. Yeah, when we want to do something, yeah, we as the individual, as the professions, we have to be aware. This is something new. I think all the speaker already mentioned. This is something new. Something is more broadened. It's not just the historical financial statement, but also non-financial information, which me as the auditor, maybe I'm not used to. To deal with something like non-financial information, forward-looking, things like that. So we have to upskill. I think upskilling is very important. How to upskilling? That's through broaden our knowledge, reading the standard. I think that's very important. So for the students, actually, I would like to challenge you, that the standard already out now for the exposure draft. And then you have the opportunity to read, and you have the opportunity to write a comment. Don't be worried. No comment is wrong. That's how you learn actually about the standards. So learning about the standards and experience on the job. If there's something new, probably in the public accounting firm, probably they have to leverage with their network, in the network somewhere outside Indonesia that already more experience, and then upskill, other thing. We may already have assurance skills, but we have to upskill other thing, other things that are very important for this assurance on sustainability. So I think that's what I can advise. So in summary, maybe not 100% ready, but we can challenge ourselves. We can put our effort to get ready, and we can be ready. If the other, I think in other bigger developed countries, the assurance on sustainability standard are more advanced. Okay, and they are actually being done. Many of them are being done by accounting professions. So if they can be ready, I think in our profession, Indonesia can also be ready. But we have to be willing, to get out of our comfort zone, because it's something, a new thing that we have to learn. Okay, that's Belinda.
Okay, I think I would
Thank you so much, Bu Kusumaningsih, for the answers. Maybe Pak Yanto, Pak Rama, do you have any insight regarding how to increase the readiness of auditor?
I think from auditor side, because I have experience to assure a few of the sustainability ESG reporting. And therefore, I think the skill set is the same. Auditor has own skill set. Maybe the difference is that what you audit. Okay, I use the word audit rather than assurance and audit, because people sometimes use assurance for financial statement, audit for financial statement, assurance for other. The skill set is the same, how to audit, but maybe it's different things, that what is financial information, what is non-financial information. I think what I would highlight that the one why it's not really improving in Indonesia is that maybe like Ningsih said, okay, then maybe it's new. But I would say that Indonesian companies are not ready yet, because the accounting system doesn't now is basically it's a new thing, and the accounting system doesn't have capability, or they do not design to put more non-financial information in the system. That's why when they try to want to be audited, when I talk about with companies, I think the problem is that they're not ready. The data is not ready to show. That's the main problem. Because we get used to it to financial statement, financial information, but now we need to change to non-financial information. For example, to have your greenhouse gas information, you need to, for example, you buy, like for example, like Pertalite, like 10,000, you buy 10 liters, is 100,000. You don't need, for financial information, you need 100,000, but for greenhouse gas, you need 10 liters of Pertalite to be converted to greenhouse gas. Whether they record it or not, that's another story. Like if they did not put it in the accounting system, they don't have data, how they can calculate the greenhouse gas. That's the readiness of those companies in Indonesia. That's making difficult, I think. But now, as soon as they realize that, hopefully they can change the system so they can produce more high reliable. If you're asking me about, it's auditing, it's all the same. Maybe the data auditing is totally different, I think. And the way we get used to audit financial statement, when you assure non-financial data, okay, you may, like Bu Ningsih said, you may rely more on use of expert, but it's still already in an auditing standard. How to rely on use of expert, you need to, for example, like to assess the objectivity, the competence, those kind of things. Yeah, but you can still doing it. I think. Yeah, it's because it's new, but actually auditor already has the skill set. But how you do have more experience to do real experience in a client, that's make you much better because we always get used to do an audit of financial statement, but not this one. I think that's my comment.
Okay,
Yeah, I
thank
think
you.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree because as I mentioned earlier that the skill set of the assurance is actually the same like in the auditing. Yeah, just the subject matter that we have to leverage with the subject matter expertise, but we also already use to work together, right, with the actuary, with the valuation specialist, etc. And actually, Pak Yanto bring a good point, yeah, about the readiness of the company, yeah. And I think that's one of the challenging part, yeah, because for the ESG, yeah, reporting data is actually the most challenging part, and the data is actually quite scattered. So that's the one that the first step, to my understanding, when they want to prepare, yeah, the sustainability reporting, the first challenging part is they have to collect, yeah, the data, and because the data is so voluminous, they need to have a technology to do it. Yeah, it's almost impossible to collect the data probably manually. So technology is also another important thing. So they have to start thinking about the investment, about the technology, and from the assurance side, actually, what we can do, yeah, as the practitioner to help the client to be ready for the assurance, actually can start step by step. Yeah, maybe can start from what we call it like pre-assurance. Yeah, like when the client wants to adopt a new accounting standard, sometimes they ask the professional to help them on the gap analysis. Yeah, maybe we can help them, yeah, on the gap analysis to see which gap in the data, yeah, that they are in gap, and then so they know what they need to do in order to close that gap.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yanto, Bu Kusuma, for the insight. Maybe the last, Pak Rama.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Belinda. So for the readiness is, if we talk about the assurance, maybe the internal auditors competent about how to perform the audit according their audit standard. But the challenge is how to perform the ESG related audit in accordance with the standards. And for the short term, maybe they can involve the external service provider, such as a consultant related to the ESG. But in the long run, I think this is the challenge. They have to proficient, not just aware about the ESG. They have to know about the business process and apply the standards. And then because the main area of the internal auditing is the in the governance, risk, and internal control. So they have to know the reporting related to the governance of ESG and the risk related to the ESG, including the fraud risk, and also about the data. I think this is the time the internal auditing must have to implement like continuous auditing and continuous monitoring, which is the data is live. We have to tap the data from the original source, and maybe not just the financial data, but unstructured data like carbon data or society impact or social media analysis, something like that. Because we think the data is in the oil, but you have to refine the data. So this is will be the meaningful data, not just for the descriptive analysis, which is the past analysis data, but the predictive analysis, so they can help the organization to make a better decision with the with the whole data without any sampling and the near real time data.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Rama, for the additional answer. So we hope Jaslyn and Poppy, your answer is the answer is satisfied for you, for both of you. So we'll come to the next question from Baskoro from University of Indonesia, specifically to Pak Yanto. As shown in the slide before, there is currently a wide range of frameworks and standards that are in use of ESG report. Can those frameworks be combined into one standard that can be applicable globally?
I think that's been discussed with Buningsih. Basically, AISB is the one who tried to had to do a global baseline for all the financial reporting. So that's what the intention of ISB to have a one global standard so that all ESG reporting of all companies across the world can be compared to each other. Maybe Manish want to add more. Or Pak Arie.
Okay, maybe another speaker wanna add? Okay, seems none. I hope Baskoro's questions already answered. And then the next questions from Hanum from Universitas Hasanuddin, specifically for Pak Rama Kurnia. How can an internal auditor helps a company to integrate ESG into their business strategy? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Like I said in previous, the internal audit must have a skill about the business acumen. It means they know how their organization business works, and especially for the ESG, what is the ESG goals that set by the company, what the embedded risk, and how to measure their achievement. I think this is the starting point, and also about the risk, how they mitigate the risk by applying some controls. The audit internal audit assurance is maybe the realization of the ESG activity, such as the accuracy of the event of the measurement and the completeness and the existence, of course. And also the result of the audits might be report to the board, so the board know about the real actual implementation of the ESG, and then in the audit report, usually auditor will recommend some recommendation for improvement, and we hope the auditees will implement the recommendation, and then we monitor the recommendation implementation regularly, so there is a continuous improvement within the organization. Maybe about that, the internal auditor can involve about the ESG.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Rama. Maybe another speaker wanna add any insight for these questions? Okay. Okay, thank you so much for all the questions that already answered. Maybe I want to remind again because we still have a time. So the participant, if you want to asking a question, you can put your question in the Q&A box with the format that have been stated in the chat by the committee. Maybe this is the questions from myself, Bapak Ibu. Well, during my 8 semesters, in my 8 semesters, I take specific major called sustainability report and environmental auditing. There is one specific issues that we currently talk about at that time was about integrated reporting. So sometimes I'm still figuring out what is the difference between the sustainability report and integrated report. Is it pure the integrated report? It's only the merging or the integration between financial report and sustainability report. If we merge it, it become integrated report. Or are there any differences between this kind of two report? Because as I read, Australia is one of the country who's already adopting this kind of reporting, but somehow in Indonesia is still quite rare issues. Maybe any speakers want to add any insight about this, Bapak Ibu, while we are waiting for another questions from participants.
Okay, Belinda, I think I can answer your question because my dissertation is actually about integrated reporting. So to answer your question, so just to make it simple, well, integrated reporting is, in my perspective, is quite different from sustainability reporting. So you cannot say that integrated reporting is similar to the sustainability reporting. No. Why? Because in integrated reporting, the framework itself stated that it view the company as a system in which they process 6 types of resources, okay, or we say 6 types of capitals, and then it integrated to their own business process, and then from that business process, it will create a value. So that's why when you see the integrated reporting framework, there is terminology that we say value creation. Okay, so actually the objective of the integrated reporting is for the company to explain about how they create a value. How they create the value? They create the value by processing the capital to their own business process, and then it will create a value. There are 6 types of capital, and also there are 6 types of value. There are natural capital and then natural value. There is also financial capital, financial value. There are also social capital, social value, manufactured capital, manufactured value, intellectual capital, intellectual value. Okay, so basically the integrated reporting is a holistic reporting. So they not just report about sustainability aspect. It report wholly about the operation of the company. But they don't see it as a financial and non-financial one. No, actually. So they report simply a capital and then business process and then the value itself. So it's quite different. Yeah. It usually applied in the Commonwealth nations. For example, if you see the South Africa is one of the country that already mandated the usage and the adoption of the integrated reporting. So all the companies that listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange need to present integrated reporting, not annual report anymore. Okay, and you know South Africa is a Commonwealth nation. Why Commonwealth nation? Because the one that issued integrated reporting is IARC, and IARC is a UK organization. It actually established by a foundation led by Prince Charles, now King Charles. Okay, so King Charles, as we know, is an environmentalist. So he really urged an organization in the UK to create some reporting that not just report the financial matters, but also try to report how they create a value for the society. So that's the integrated reporting. So integrated reporting is quite bigger compared to the sustainability. Okay, now in the sustainability, the base point is on the performance. While in the integrated reporting, performance is only one aspect of the integrated reporting. Because in that reporting, you also will have to explain about the organizational overview and external context. You also have to explain about the governance aspect, about the business process, about the risk, about the outlook, and also about the basis of for your presentation. So actually, there are many things, yeah, compared to the sustainability. So integrated reporting is a huge report compared to the GRI, for example. Okay, so that's why, yeah, you cannot say integrated reporting is sustainability. From my point of view, integrated reporting is more than just sustainability. Yeah, it reports all the aspect of the operation of the company. In the short term, it reports how the company creates value or value creation. So that's what can I explain to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Arya. I really get the answer. Maybe another speaker want to add any insight about integrated report, Bapak Ibu?
Actually, I would like to ask a question to Pak Arya. Yeah, Pak Arya, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the explanation. So the integrated, you mentioned that integrated reporting is much broader than sustainability report, and they are totally two different reporting. Yeah, but how? Okay, in the near future, yeah, if the company, yeah, many company already probably report integrated reporting, yeah, at this moment, yeah. Then when there's a set of regulation or they voluntarily want to also have a sustainability reporting, because these are two things that different, right? Would it be possible to integrate, yeah, the sustainability reporting into the integrated reporting?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Bu Kusumaningsih. Yeah, it's very difficult to answer the question, but let's say just to put it in the pragmatic way. When I studied the integrated reporting, I went visit Malaysia and attend the integrated reporting introductory training there. I want to see how Malaysian companies implement the integrated reporting, because Malaysian Bursa Efek Malaysian or Malaysian Stock Exchange already mandated all the Malaysian listed company need to apply integrated reporting there.
Yeah.
And I asked the same, the similar question like you. So I shared the experience that in Indonesia, almost all the listed companies using GRI. We try to introduce the integrated reporting, but somehow it lost to the more popular GRI. So I also asked, is it possible for you to, let's say, integrate the sustainability reporting into integrated reporting and then try to make, let's say, integrated sustainability reporting? And then they said, when I make the integrated reporting, I'm already tell a lot about sustainability. Because, for example, let's say, when I say about natural capital, I also have to explain what natural capital that I use in my business process. And then how my business process ensuring that natural capital is preserved, and then how it will create natural value. For example, how my process is actually reducing the greenhouse gas emission. So actually they said, when I make the integrated reporting, I also explain about sustainability reporting. And even I can explain also about the financial aspect, about how I transform the process from, let's say, more polluted one to the less polluted one. While the GRI framework, as they said, it fails to integrate with the financial. But from my opinion, actually, as the one that do research in integrated reporting is far too complicated, because all the companies will have different business process. They will have their own story. They have their own way to create a value. So in my opinion, why the integrated reporting framework failed? Because it lacks comparability. It will be impossible or difficult for us to compare one company's integrated report with another company's integrated report, even they are in the same industry, because integrated reporting framework is, in my point of view, is too simple. It's too principled. So you can develop your own assumption, you can develop your own judgment, and it's different like IFRS. In IFRS, there is an implementation guideline, there are some illustrative examples, so it can at least give you a guidance to how to make the presentation, so it won't be different from one company to another. In the IRC framework, there is no such kind of guidance. So that's why when I saw several companies example that implement integrated report, I saw they have a very different view of present. And IRC cannot say which one is correct. No, all of them is correct as long as you follow the IRC framework and it's done. Yeah, so I think that's my honest opinion about the integrated reporting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Arya.
Okay, thank you so much, Bapak Ibu, for the really insightful discussion. But because we have a limited time, maybe we have to finish our insightful talk show here. Thank you so much, Pak Arya, Pak Yanto, Pak Rama, dan Bu Kusumaningsih for your speaking sessions and also the talk show sessions that are very beneficial and useful for us as the participants. Because of that, me, Belinda, as a moderator, really thank you for all of the participants who stay until 1 p.m. today. So thank you so much. I hope the insight can be delivered to you as well. And I giving back the stages to the MC for the certificate granting for our amazing speakers.
Thank you to Mr. Manish Gidwani, Mr. Arie Pratama, Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya, Mr. Yanto Kamarudin, and Mr. Rama Kurnia for the outstanding presentations and also for answering the questions.
We also give thanks to Ms. Belinda Zahra for guiding the session as well.
Next, we will grant the certificate of appreciation to the moderator and the speakers.
We would like to invite the executive board of the 22nd ATV to give the certificate to the speakers and the moderator. This will be accompanied by a group photo. The first certificate will be given to Mr. Arie Pratama as our first speaker for this seminar. We invite TISAK as our Vice Project Officer to deliver a few words.
Okay, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for Mr. Arie Pratama for your inspiring presentation about the regulation. Thank you so much for your time and your experience with us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's very a great pleasure to able to speak and share some new knowledge with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1. Sorry. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arie.
The second certificate will be given to Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya as our second speaker for this seminar. We invite Xiaogi as our controller to deliver a few words.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Ms. Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya for inspiring presentation about the regulation. Thank you so much for your time and your experience with us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I truly enjoy the sessions and I wish you all the best for everyone. And thank you again for the opportunity for EAP. I'm representing EAP to sharing about the development of the assurance standard in Indonesia.
Thank you, Ms. Kusumaningsih. The third certificate will be given to Mr. Yanto Kamarudin as our third speaker for the seminar. We invite Celine as our treasurer to deliver a few words.
Okay, I would like to give my biggest gratitude for Mr. Yanto Kamarudin as the ESG speaker for today's seminar. Really appreciate your time and your kindness for the sharing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Also, it's my pleasure to be invited here. Although maybe you are not aware, but I'm also a lecturer in FAU. But hope you all the best on your journey. Yeah, because this is a new thing, and hopefully, it's as an auditor, is give you a more chances in the different, different area compared to the conservative way of auditing. This is a different way or different area of focus. Thank you.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yanto.
The fourth certificate will be given to Mr. Rama Kurnia as our fourth speaker for this seminar. We invite Alfreda as our second vice project officer to deliver a few words.
Okay, I would like to give my biggest gratitude to Mr. Rama Kurnia as the internal auditor speaker for today's seminar. We really appreciate your time and your kindness for the sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure for me. I hope this presentation will be impactful for us. And ATV always amazing. Thank you.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rama Kurnia. And lastly, the certificate will be given to Ms. Belinda Zahra as our moderator for this seminar. We invite Raihan as our General Secretary to deliver a few words.
So lastly, I would like to thank Ms. Belinda Azahra for your willingness in moderating today's seminar. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belinda.
Before we proceed, we would like to take a photo.
Sir Committee, we would like to invite you to lead the photo session.
Okay, the photo will be taken in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
With the end of the certificate granting session, the 22nd ATV International Seminar has come to an end.
Once again, the 22nd ATV is in collaboration with
Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia,
Institut Akuntan Publik Indonesia,
Deloitte Indonesia,
Recording in
Ernst & Young
progress.
Indonesia,
PT Asuransi Tokyo Marine Indonesia,
Sejuta Cita,
and Globi. And for our official media partner, we would like to say thanks to Kompasiana,
ASEAN and University of Indonesia,
and Ruang Seminar. Also, we would like to thank our sponsors, Iluni FEB UI,
Pajaku,
ACFE Indonesia Chapter,
Trakwang,
and L'Oreal.
and to our official venue partner, Connext, who has supported us in making this event possible.
I would like to give thanks to all of the speakers and the moderator who have given us insightful knowledge and new perspectives.
We would also like to thank all of the participants for joining today's seminar.
We also want to remind the participants to fill the feedback form through the QR code displayed on the screen or the link distributed through the Zoom chat and YouTube chat to get the e-certificate.
We sincerely apologize for any inconveniences and or miswordings that we made throughout this event.
We hope today's seminar has been inspiring and educational to each and every one of you.
And that is all from us. My name is Max.
And I am Maureen.
Thank you and see you
in the 22nd ATV Main Event Seminar
on the 19th of November 2022. The 22nd ATV, actualizing the vision.
What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape? A connected world, working together to prosper and thrive. Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker. Become a chartered accountant.
Oke, perkenalkan nama saya Arie Christopher, saya dari Universitas Katolik Ternate. Dan di sini saya sempat kemarin memenangkan juara 2 National APA Award dan juara 3 di kategori Best Paper-nya. Nah, karena itu pula saya juga mendapatkan nih beasiswa CA namanya. Jadi, saya ujian ini gratis nih. Nah, alasannya apa sih saya mau ngambil ujian CA ini? Karena saya kan kepikiran tuh, saya bentar lagi lulus, kira-kira apa sih yang bakal jadi pembeda saya dengan lulusan akuntansi lainnya? Karena ada banyak nih lulusan akuntansi. Nah, ujian CA ini adalah jawabannya. Karena apa? Karena satu, ujian CA ini direcognize secara internasional. Dan kedua, ketika kamu sudah lulus ujian CA ini, artinya kamu kompeten. Kenapa? Karena ujian ini semua tuh benar-benar mengimplementasikan teori, kamu benar-benar butuh pemahaman yang mendalam. Lalu ini juga jujur banget nih ujiannya gitu. Jadi kamu tidak bisa curang ataupun mencontek di sini. Lalu untuk ujiannya tadi benar-benar kalau mengikuti protokol kesehatan ya. Semua diwajibkan memakai masker, lalu pakai face shield kalau bawa. Lalu sebelum kita masuk, semua harus telah menyertakan bukti kamu telah melalui rapid test antigen. Jadi semua di dalam sudah steril dan aman. Lalu untuk persiapan untuk pendaftaran ujiannya semua bisa kamu persiapkan dari jauh-jauh hari melalui online. Jadi kamu datang tinggal menyerahkan surat antigen, memakai masker dan face shield, tinggal ujian. Nah, untuk harapan saya sih semoga saya lulus ya, doakan ya teman-teman. Iya, makasih.
Annyeonghaseyo, balik lagi nih di Sorry Hansik Jeep. Kalian udah pernah belum ke Sorry Hansik Jeep? Sorry Hansik Jeep ada di Jalan Kemang Raya nomor 44 Jakarta Selatan. Pilihan menunya tuh banyak banget, semuanya otentik. Salah satunya ini nih, ada kimbap. Ini tuh rasanya enak banget dan ngenyangin. Kalian harus banget coba. Lalu ini ada chicken sungsal nyangnyom dan juga ada rapoki. Ini tuh rasanya tuh enak banget. Kalian harus cobain sendiri kalau kesini. Lalu ada ramyeon. Ramyeon kita tuh aduh enak banget ini. Ramyeonnya seger dan ngenyangin banget. Lalu di sini ada sundubu jjigae. Sundubu jjigae kita tuh paling laris, paling banyak dipesan di sini. Lalu ada tteokbokki. Ini tuh rasanya bikin pusing. Kenapa bikin pusing? Karena enak banget, saking otentiknya dan juga enak. Jadi kalian harus banget cobain sendiri ke Sorry Hansik Jeep. Rasanya tuh mantep. Pokoknya otentik Korea banget. Jangan lupa mampir ya. Annyeong.
Asik bobo cantik terbangun. Notif gaji masuk, happy. Jadi bingung mana duluan. Belanja-belanja seru, takut boros. Happy-happy sama temen. Gaji cepet habis. Belum lagi... Saatnya belajar dan capai financial independence dengan tepat. Di sini, kamu bisa akses eksklusif course selama 1 tahun. Ditambah 100 session dengan expert di bidang finansial dan akses gratis financial event terbesar di Indonesia. Tunggu apa lagi? Jadi member sekarang.
Hai, saya Sonia, asisten virtual pajakku. Saya dirancang untuk membantu perpajakanmu. Pajakku diciptakan secara cerdas untuk menjadi solusi pajak Anda, mulai dari proses daftar, hitung, bayar, dan lapor. Hanya dengan mengisi informasi data diri, identitas pajak Anda langsung terbentuk secara instan. Dengan data keuangan yang dibutuhkan, kami dapat menghitung pajak sesuai aturan terbaru dengan cepat dan tepat. Kami pastikan pajak yang dibayarkan sesuai dengan hak Anda. Bayar pajak kini dapat langsung melalui Pajakku, karena kami telah dipercaya sebagai lembaga persepsi lainnya dan terdaftar di Bank Indonesia. Dengan teliti, kami akan memeriksa kembali perhitungan dan kelengkapan informasi yang diperlukan untuk melakukan pembayaran. Setelah berhasil membayar, Anda akan langsung mendapatkan bukti pembayaran resmi dari DJPB. Kami akan memastikan Anda tidak terlambat melengkapi semua dokumen yang diperlukan, sehingga kewajiban pajak Anda tersalurkan dengan tepat dan akurat. Dengan satu klik, dokumen Anda langsung terkirim dan bukti pelaporan pajak resmi dari DJP akan diterima. Semua bukti tersebut kami simpan secara rapi agar dapat Anda gunakan kapanpun dan dimanapun. Kami dibentuk dengan kemampuan analisis yang cerdas, sehingga Anda dapat mengawasi tahapan-tahapan pengolahan pajak serta memantau laporan secara langsung. Jangan khawatir dengan kebijakan pajak yang rumit dan selalu berubah. Pajakku hadir di tengah-tengah Anda melalui sapaan hangat tim kami yang memiliki standar sertifikasi supaya siap membantu Anda dalam proses perkenalan dan menemani hingga detik terakhir waktu pelaporan. Kepercayaan Anda adalah segalanya bagi kami. Kami menjaga seluruh informasi dengan aman dan dirahasiakan. Dengan tim ahli pajakku yang tersebar di 3 kota besar di Indonesia, kami yakin dapat memberikan layanan yang terbaik. Bukan hanya dalam bentuk teknologi, tetapi juga dalam bentuk pelayanan yang maksimal. Kami turut membangun kecintaan pajak melalui komunitas yang memberikan ruang diskusi, serta menginformasikan aturan, edukasi, dan berita terbaru seputar pajak yang hadir di seluruh penjuru negeri, agar setiap hari timbul insan pajak baru yang mendukung program perpajakan dan mencintai Indonesia. Jadi, Anda tidak perlu khawatir lagi dengan semua urusan pajak, karena kami hadir di semua jenis perangkat. Dan saya siap membantu Anda. Pajakku, solusi pajak Anda.
selalu tinggal